Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Tuesday, April the 6th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a couple of yeses till, okay, screen is fine, sound is fine. Thank you very much, William. All right, guys, keep an eye on CARA today. This is one of these ones that's been added to the S&P Small Cap 600. So this is almost an all-time high for CARA. It is a cannabis play, but we've seen this before, and a lot of times the day that they get added, you know, they can kind of be really, well, it's going to be active all day for sure, but they can kind of run. So definitely keep an eye on CARA. SJ, yes, SJ. Well, all you've got to do is in your press release, just put crypto and NFT. So that's what they've done. They've got a press release. It's a China stock, a very, very low float, 2 million in the float. It's already traded the float, all-time high right now. So yeah, they just basically said, hey, we're doing crypto and NFT. Let's get them all together, put them in one press release, and let's see what happens. What happens is you'll pop 59%. BTX, let's see, BTX is up, I believe, on some insider buying. I think that was the news. Trading higher after multiple insiders bought, so BTX. MUDS, is it MUDS? Yeah, M-U-D-S, M-U-D-S. Well, this takes me back a bit. Topps baseball cards. So they're going to go public. MUDS is a SPAC, and they're going public through them. Topps baseball cards. RMO is popping up. I guess they signed some kind of a long-term agreement with PACCAR, which represents Peterbilt, truck company, of course. So RMO is alive today. Let's take a look here. Look left a couple of days ago, and the high was 905. So you know what? Takes out that 905, and it has a shot to get into this area up here. So I'm just going to stick an alert around 915, actually. Want to see if it can clear a 9 and keep going. SJ is not a SPAC, no. It's no, MUDS, M-U-D-S is the SPAC. SJ is not a SPAC. G-Box, boy, this is still having a great day. G-Box, and this could really be active all day. It's an all-time high. It's already up 11%. Had a great day yesterday. The news on this one, I'm sure it was this morning. Yeah, so the news on this one, they've raised their Q1 processing volume from 600 million to 1.2 billion. So that is G-Box. The PSAC is a SPAC, and I couldn't really see any specific news on it. Nothing specific. It is up. It didn't actually get up to 14.15. It has pulled back somewhat. Couldn't really see any specific news on it. GNOG, so some of these gaming stocks, along with the other one I was going to mention is the ASO, but GNOG, Golden Nugget Online Gaming, having a nice day so far. I don't see any, yes, I do see. So Jefferies, yeah, right, they've got a very aggressive price target. Jefferies initiating coverage with a looks like a $28 price target for GNOG. Again, doesn't mean it's going to happen tomorrow. It may never happen, but that's the reason for this little pop. Not a lot of volume, really. AEHL. AEHL. Is it still up there? It's not bad. Actually, slim pickings this morning, guys. Here are my gap downs and here are my gap ups. So not a lot of action, really. You know, sometimes one or the other is usually full, not a lot of action. And then, let's see, so AEHL, and I'm not sure, I don't see any specific reason for it. Another China stock. All right, let me just quickly check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have from briefing.com this morning. All right, let me just do a quick check. I don't see briefing has got to me yet. Usually I get it around 10 after 9. All right. I don't see it yet, so I'll have to just wait a bit. Usually it comes right at 10 after 9. But anyway, guys, CARA could be, again, the interesting one this morning, along with SJ. CARA is basing nicely here, added to the S&P. We've seen this happen. I'm not specifically talking about CARA, of course, but when a stock gets added to these to the S&P, S&P's got a lot of sub-indexes, but this is the 600, small cap 600. We see a lot of times they're just kind of active all day long. So it's basing nicely right now, and it's almost an all-time high. I guess the all-time high would have been back here, which was 28.50. So yeah, so 27.55 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart, and then way over here, this is back in 2017. So anyway, we'll just have to keep an eye on it. There we go. There's briefing.com. Okay, so let me just take a look, see what sort of upgrades. Interesting. We've got more downgrades this morning than upgrades, so let me get a few of them in. All right, airlines being upgraded by Morgan Stanley. I see United and Alaska, ALK. All right, there are some of the upgrades, and get the downgrades in now. Oh yeah, I didn't talk about fun. Let's see, PHUN. Got 236, so it hasn't lost at all. Authorizing Bitcoin purchases. Yeah, so it's a crypto play right now. And I'll get the downgrades in now. Ton of downgrades still for Acadia, ACAD, guys. A lot of downgrades. I had a horrible day yesterday. Let's just take a look once I get this done. Take a look at Acadia. And of course, Credit Suisse in the news today. Big write-offs with that fiasco with the hedge fund. So let's take a look at Acadia here, ACAD. Yeah, so this is still weak. I see Jefferies, Goldman, and Canaccord and Mizuho, sorry, all downgrading Acadia. No, I just posted in here, Bruce. Oh, wait a minute. Are you talking about this? The pre-market actives? Yes. I'm sorry. Yeah, the pre-market actives up and down. Yeah, it's one of the scans I share. Yeah, you're right. I'm just looking here. FHS, China company. Actually, not too bad. 8.5 million in the float, so it's a low float. 102 million traded. See, released earnings after hours yesterday. Zero reaction. You can see the mauve area. So the reaction right now to its earnings is today, pre-market, and I'm talking about the FHS. That ASO is still really, it's. I think it's a difficult intraday trader when you look at the topping tails and bottoming tails intraday. But I guess, you look at long term, all-time high right now. Yeah, William, I'm just sort of reading now some of the comments. Tough to trade when you're in a bad mood, so take it easy, my friend. All right, let me see what CARA is doing. CARA is still hanging in here, guys. I have to put an alert around 27, just over 27. I want to see if it takes off from there. Excuse me, after hours it did get up to 28.93 or so. What is it exactly? 28.80, 28.80. What did I say was the all-time high? The all-time high was, you know what? I mean, after hours it actually made an all-time high. Because the all-time high during normal hours is 28.50. So it actually took that out a little bit yesterday afternoon. Yeah. I know you're trying to be funny, grumpy, but take it easy. All right, just checking to see if anything else is sneaking in. As I say, not a lot of action for me in this pre-market. So this BTX. Yeah, I don't. So this is not an IPO. I think again, not 100% sure, but I almost 100% sure this is just a symbol name change for BTX. Very rarely you're going to have an IPO unless it's China, but it's not a China company. So I think it's just a symbol name change. So it looks like this is an IPO right here, but it is not. Somebody said Hindenburg, one of the short sellers, has cruised into this one. I think that was Zach who posted that. Well, I remember somebody asked me about what would it look like. Yeah, I mean, it's down. I mean, you're talking XELB and for a swing, but as I said, it would have to close near the highs, and it didn't even come close to that. In fact, it just traded off. So I don't know. Not shortable for me, so. Now, did I read this morning, was it Goldman or some other investment firm that is trying to get GPTC as the Bitcoin ETF? Trying to find that news again. I know I read something about GBTC. Thank you, Dradi. It was. Trying to turn this into the an ETF for Bitcoin. I mean, it isn't. It's just sort of always. Oh, look at this. No. Sorry. I was looking at the flag. I thought, oh, it's not a pink sheet stock anymore. And as usual, SEMI breaks everybody's hearts. CEMI cannot hold its gains. So sitting right on that 200-day moving average. This is not, oh, it is shortable. Yesterday, I don't think it was shortable for me. CEMI was not shortable for me, I'm pretty sure. I can do a quick check. Yeah, actually a couple 100,000 shares now, so could have sworn it was not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers yesterday. Well, it just means my broker doesn't have shorts available. When I talk about that, I'm only talking about my broker, being Interactive Brokers. Any, other brokers may have shorts available. What are the advantage? Well, I mean, it's like, do you understand the concept of shorting? Basically, when you short something, you hope it goes down in price. I mean, that's the long and short of it. No pun intended. So if shorts are available, so if I wanted to short this one at 510. If shorts were available, I would short it at 510 and then hope it goes down in price, cover it lower, and pocket the difference. It's just the reverse. If you want to go long something, you want it to go up, so you buy at 510, it goes up to 6, you sell it, you make the difference. It's just that some brokers will have shorts available for you, and some others won't. It all depends on your broker. You like that one, Harry? It was completely unscripted. So, for instance, MUDS is shortable. I mean, my bias on this one is short. I think, okay, nice little news. They're going to this is a SPAC. They're going to take tops, baseball trading cards. I mean, that's what they're known for. Public, but there's not a ton of enthusiasm and a lot of volume. 8 million is already traded. You know what, William? You are right. You are right. They could start to say, yeah, we're going to do the NFT stuff too. How's Playboy doing? Speaking of NFTs, Playboy is still what an IPO it's had. I keep mentioning this one. For the first month or 5 weeks, nothing, absolutely nothing. In the last, this is only Tuesday, right? So the last 3 weeks plus 2 days, look at this run for Playboy. I mean, it's amazing. $13 to $30, just about. Okay, just hang on for one moment. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Okay, so I'm going to minimize these two windows here, and as always, if you want to follow my watch list up and down, from the toolbar, click on New, and then Channel Bar, and my watch list right here. Nothing will happen on these two windows until at least 9:45. That's on purpose. And you start getting alerts right off the bat from my watch list right at 9:30 once the market opens. If you want to trade them sooner, obviously that's up to you. All right, Mr. Rod. Well, if it's your first day, let's see, the market's going to open in about a minute and a half. I just want to pop this link in for you. I don't know if you've taken a look at this. The 20 lessons, okay? Before you start, I really would recommend that you take a look at the 20 lessons. You know, it really gets you going. This is just a compare count window. Again, it's one of the ones I'm sharing. It's a compare count window. No, nothing will happen in the AI until at least 9:35, Mr. Rod, okay? AI does not start to work until at least, when I say work, you will not get any alerts. And let's see, what time is it? 9:20. Okay, we have about 30 seconds. What I would do is have this window open, okay? I don't know if you have that window open. From the toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, and then just wait for the alerts to happen. Okay. Then you can incorporate this as part of your layout. You don't have to do it every day. All right, we are going to open in 15 seconds. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. Oh yeah, we're keeping an eye on SJ, Fred. How can we not? It was an all-time high, and there we go. We are now open. Okay, so fun. Again, this is early. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I do like to see things settle down just a little bit. Okay, definitely keep an eye on CARA, guys. Again, added to the S&P Small Cap 600. This obviously there was the news after hours yesterday, so had the big pop up here, which would have been an all-time high. So let's see if it takes out 27. Volume coming in. All right, well, there's CARA over 27. Wow, I'm just popping here, guys. Again, it's early. It is early. All right, guys. Again, CARA. Let's see if it regains 27. Like the love. It just did again. It's been a little bit choppy. Look at that big topping tail. Came right back down. You know, I mean, this may just start to run without me. AC got halted. ACY got halted on the way up. I thought I mentioned that. I don't think I've got it on my watch list. I'm pretty sure. ACY. Now, what did it do yesterday? Got all the way up to 17 something, 1725. So it just got halted on the way up. Yeah, there it goes, guys. Again, it's probably gonna just race without me. CARA, CARA, CARA. But it is still whippy. I mean, look at that topping tail. I mean, that's up to 27.75 and just in a heartbeat, right back down to almost 27. So, I mean, this is what can happen. You know, first 15 minutes, typically why I do not like to trade in the first 15. I like to see things settle down just a little bit. Well, you know what? If SEMI takes out 5, I mean, CEMI, I mean, there's the 200-day. It's sitting just below it. Excuse me, the green line right there is the 200-day moving average. Takes out 5. I mean, look out below. Okay, SFIX on the move here. Looks like the next high looking left is 52.61. 52.61 for SFIX. Okay, so far SJ is not holding the gains. It's a pretty big drop. It's almost a $2 drop. Again, indicative of a 2 million in the float. Yeah, I actually saw WEI in the pre-market. I was skeptical of it, that's all. It was up to 189 and it got down to 167. I mean, it's not a huge drop. It's got some resistance right around that 187 mark, right around here. It's a little choppy, you know, to get up through the 188 and then the 2. And I don't know. It's a low float, fairly low float, another China stock, lots of volume. All right, guys, CEMI underneath 5 now. Just watching the CEMI to see if it really gives up 5. It does. I mean, there's just a ton of room underneath. Might be tough to get though on the short. It's down 11%, so the uptick rule will be in effect. All right, CEMI holding underneath. ACY just resumed. What do these guys do? Commercial air. Okay, so part of the airline sector. GNOG is still strong, so it held the pre-market gains. And now is on the way here. GNOG, G-N-O-G, next high looking left. On the daily chart, it's 1594, so it has some room to the next high looking left. Yeah, G-Box, G-Box, G-Box. No kidding, G-Box, G-Box, G-Box. Just having a... so they did have news this morning. Raised their Q1 processing volume from 600 million to 1.2 billion. That is the news for G-Box. It's already been what a very successful IPO. All right, guys. So again, you know, why I don't like trading the first 15 minutes. I mean, look how whippy this CARA, 2780, right down back here. So I am going to stick my alert back over 27, see if it happens later on. All right, guys. GNOG just still moving here. There's something else ringing at me here. Oh, TH. Wow, look at TH. This had an interesting day yesterday and a very interesting day right now. Look at TH on the move here. Next high looking left on that weekly chart is way up here at 428 TH. Let's see if it stabilizes just a little bit to give us maybe some kind of an entry rather than just chasing it. No, you're right. The AI is shorting. Well, I'm not in CARA, Rudy. If you're talking to me, I'm not in CARA. You're right. The AI is shorting CARA. Okay, well, let's see. Be a little careful on the short if you're in that one from the AI. I mean, it's got, you know, the news that seems to sustain itself for the day. We've seen other ones. All right, guys, CEMI looks like it does want to give up 5. I'm in this short now. What did I get in at? Took a while because, again, that uptick rule. Well, it's right back to where I got in, 495. So gets back up to 5, I'm out. So again, shorting CEMI at 495. I know I've sort of broken my rule just a little bit here, taking that trade, but I don't think it's going to be that whippy. Famous last words. Pavm, PAVM, is also on the move here. All right, I might be getting out of this semi. Yeah, I'm out of it, guys. So it took a nickel loss. I might look at it again. I'm going to stick an alert down here for semi. Back down here. See if it can really keep below that 200-day moving average. All right, so much for Romeo. Man, RMO, a lot of these, we see this a lot, you know, the stocks that are really active in the pre-market, looking pretty good. Looks like they're got decent news. And then market opens and kersplat. Like, what is the market doing? I didn't even really check what the overall market's doing. So Dow's down a little, Nas is down a little, SPY is down a little. Meanwhile, TH. Okay, guys, so this, man, I mean, this is, look at these bottoming tails. Sellers tried to knock this down. All right, nothing will happen again in these two windows until at least 9:45. So we got another, well, 9:45 is right now. So let's see if we get anything from my watch list. All right, CARA is right back up. I say I I have to say, I didn't really agree with that short. Now, the AI does not know the news. It's just looking at pure pattern. But I really did not, again, these seem to be able to be active most of the day, and usually in a positive way. They don't typically give it all up. And when I say these, I'm talking about a stock that gets added to these, well, in this case, CARA is added to the S&P Small Cap 600. Yeah, this one is not shortable for me. BTX, unfortunately, is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Those are looking shorting the tops like you, William. SFIX is definitely over those channels and way above the Bollinger Band on the 5-minute. And I'm just trying to see if I see any news on this one. Trading higher after Evercore ISI Group initiates coverage. Sure, why not? We'll put a price target of $78 on you. See if we can pump you up. All right, semi's underneath 5 again. Let's see if I can get into the 80s before I take a look at it again to short it. Yeah, it's not shortable, I don't think, for us, Lily, at Interactive Brokers. No shorts available. Lily, is that you, by the way, talking to me about the RSI and relative volume? Is that the Lily? Oh, it is you. Okay. I got my wires crossed. I thought you were talking about relative volume. RSI, I don't think has any bearing on. Certainly pre-market. Nice short, William. Hopefully that gets you out of your mood. 376 on the high there for a short for TH. But not with relative volume. Are you talking again relative volume or RSI? Definitely relative volume doesn't work pre-market. And you may see the difference might be that if you have relative volume after hours, it may not block anything, but you're not actually getting any movement in the relative volume. Okay. All right, what a whippy one, guys. This CARA has been extremely whippy here. I'm going to stick an alert around 27.30 and see if it can take that out later on. See if it gives us anything. PBF. Yeah, so the problem with energy right now, yes, you're absolutely right. It does have an RBI in the daily. It's a Brazil. This is no, that's not the Brazilian stock. I was thinking another one. Look, the sector's been a little bit beaten up yesterday, but yeah, it's got room. It's got room where you put your stop. I guess maybe the low of that. That's in theory where you'd put your stop if you're going to get into it. 1477. No recommendation. But this is what's the high? What's the high here? 1558. So it's already above the high of that candle. So man, look how whippy this CARA is. Yeah, BGCP I see is on the way here. BGCP, and now take a look at this monthly chart. And what do we have? We've got a lot of resistance right around 6. So it's got a little bit of room to run to that 6 level, but a lot of resistance. Look at that monthly chart right around $6 for BG. Yeah, if you were using our RBI, if you were using it, yeah, that's when you would get the alert. The break, the second it goes above the high of that red candle. Look how whippy, guys. These are tough intraday trades. That's why I like to wait a little bit, because look at this RMO Romeo goes all the way up to 9, all the way down to almost 8, back up, back down, back up. Just very, very, not a great trend yet. So I know it's here. I know it's here at 889. And I have an alert actually set for RMO over 9. I think around 915. Love to see it clear 9 in a big way, and then start to approach, try to fill in this void above it. I did have some news. Peterbilt's a big company, known company. I lost sight of this Stitch SFIX. Well, mentioning it, this could be an interesting short. It hasn't dropped that much from the high of 52.62, 51.40. So about $1. Like to see this maybe pop up just a little bit more and then start to really give it up. SFIX. It's kind of out of the price range I like to trade, but we'll look at CARA now, guys. All right, there it goes. And you're right, the first option ticker. You know, listen, guys. When I say be careful, this is still whippy. CARA is still whippy. I've already taken some out. I don't trust but I had to take it when it took this out here, this 2730. I had that alert set right there. So I've already traded some out. Maybe it'll settle down. You know, I love to see it approach that high of post-market yesterday, after hours yesterday. Yeah, let's see the PAVM 607. Okay, now what do we have here for PAVM? I missed my buy. Let's see if it pulls back. I missed my buy in PAVM. Okay, on the monthly chart, it's got room to 6. I'm sorry, it's already there. It's already at 6, 599. So it's got room to, I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get there, 931. But it's got room on that monthly chart. I'm going to back out the weekly chart and see what I see. So the high is 835. This has room, guys. PAVM has some room. What's the float? It's not a super low float, 71 million in the float. Well, William, take a look at SM. SM looks like it could be getting ready for a short. I mean, look left. I mean, it's got a lot of resistance, you know, just around that 19 and a little bit above for SM. Looks a little bit like your PBF cam, you know, in terms of red bar ignored. But it's it doesn't have as much room as PBF, though. All right, so PAVM. So what I want to do for me is maybe stick an alert around 611. Yeah, so two different algorithms kicked into the SI, one short and one long for CARA. It happens. Happened last week, I think, for one stock. I can't remember. Doesn't happen very often, but it did happen today. All right, I don't have very much CARA left. I'm just waiting to see if I can take out this high of the post-market yesterday. See if I can really have a pop up here. Still very whippy. I mean, look at that bottoming tail all the way down to 35. A little bit above where I bought it. TME. Is that thermo something or other? No, 10. Oh, that's 10 cents, right? Well, I mean, you know, beaten up stock, of course, got all nailed because of the hedge fund getting basically closed down. I do see, you know, I see VIPS is trying to recover a little bit too, rally a little bit. I mean, you know, at this point, you're in chase mode. It is above yesterday's high. I guess that's a good thing. And the looking left, 2138 is the next high looking left. Yeah, so I'm all out of the CARA. The CARA is just too whippy still. Just way, way, way too whippy. So I'm all out of it. If it takes out that post-market high from yesterday, I may take a look at it again, but I'm all out of it now. Just too whippy. PAVM. So now I'm really waiting to see if I can get back over 6. Boy, this one just got absolutely hammered yesterday. This NNOX, a tremendous short, anybody who took it. The massive pop pre-market, and I don't know what it got to in the pre-market, but it was up to 64.46, and it sold basically all day. Look at this. I mean, look at this. All day. Well, this is the pre-market, so it was selling off in the pre-market. And then just kind of kept drifting down, 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 continues to move down. I did see that some analysts downgraded it. SPY is coming back, so the tech is positive. SPY is positive. The Dow is just down a touch. See, for my watch list, anything interesting triggered, 1535, so it hasn't moved. RMO, 889, it hasn't moved that much. PSAC, that's a SPAC, and it really hasn't moved much either. So really nothing happening. EBON, of course, is the short. Just struggling to get through 5. Oh, I'm afraid to look at Playboy. that came out weirdly. So in the pre-market, it got up to 30.66. So it did get up to 30.62. What time is that? That is at 9 o'clock. So, excuse me, pre-market, it did get up to 30.62. Tremendous IPO now. Yeah, nice short now for you, Zach, on the CARA all the way up here. All right, Romeo, you are now above, okay. You're above the high of 905. Can you keep going? RMO. Yeah, well, that's what I was saying. You know, I don't know if that was you mentioning WEI. I mean, yeah, I mean, gave up all the gains in the pre-market. Actually had the pop after hours. WEI. I don't see the specific news for it. I don't see any. I don't see any specific. I mean, it had earnings on the 19th. RMO guys. Again, I'm in scalp mode today. I don't trust anything. Funny, funny eagle guy. RMO. Okay, the next high looking left is around 10, so I would anticipate a lot of resistance up there. But I'm in scalp mode today, guys. Until something tells me differently. I'm just not seeing tremendous trending action. The only one that's really trended well is this Muds U and Muds, the warrant, Muds. I shouldn't say the only one. I shouldn't say it like that, but, you know, I mean, at least we've had something that's fairly steady up on the 15s. Yeah, I'm sort of watching the semi. CEMI. I'd like to see it get into the 80s. I just don't know how dynamic it's going to be. You know, the traders will be looking at this from yesterday, thinking, well, you know what, maybe it'll base a bit and then have a run, but it is now below the 200-day moving average. Well, here's a trend. Now there's a trend. SOL. Look at this. Now there is a trend. Look at this on the 5-minute chart. Straight up. Of course, the 15 looks the same. Even the 2-minute basically straight up for SOL. It's funny, yesterday's CEMI was not available for shorting, for the most part anyway, but there are a lot of shorts available today at Interactive Brokers. 200,000 for CEMI. As I remember really wanting to get involved in a short here, but there were none available. Yeah, let's see if we have any float information. Yeah, we don't have any float information. You know, this is SPAC. I don't know when it first started. You might have to check another source. Something I've never done is a swing short. Okay, RMO. Little bit choppy, but I mean, it's got some room. It does have some room, and it's a decent press release that might, you know, just keep sustaining it. Look at the volume, 13 times normal. And that's all we look for, you know. We want some abnormal volume. So that's a pretty good alert then from my watch list, 889. I didn't take it there, but 889, 949 now. What's the GNOG doing? 1535. It hasn't moved. And the PSAC, 1396. A little bit. But RMO is certainly the star from the watch list today. Pavin, the jury's out still. Well, it's getting closer again. Look at this. I mean, it's over 6 again. For Pavin, P-A-V-M. All right, certified winner, guys, RMO. Big check mark for RMO. Well, a bunch of them. I mean, here's my watch list right here on my trades. RMO 889. Okay, so from my watch list, number one. And plus, it was, I don't know what time you get into the room, but this was part, when we were talking about the pre-market actives, RMO was one of them. Okay, so we were already talking about that. So I mean, when that happens, I mean, I'm always aware. I usually thumbnail these, the pre-market actives, the ones that have held their gains anyway. Yeah, it's a question for. I'm not in the States. I believe it is two trades, but I'm not. I'm not in the U.S., so I don't have that PDT rule. That's what I thought, the Dreamer. Something's happening here. Where are you? Okay, just give me a moment here, guys. I've got something blocking. Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay, guys. I mean, really, keep an eye on the PAVM. Yeah, it's not a low float. 71 million in the float, so it's not. It shouldn't be too crazy. All right, semi's getting me a little bit interested again. Ooh, sugar. I'm out of. I wanted to get it at 490, 489. Yeah, I know it's only a couple pennies from there, but I do really want to concentrate on this PAVM because it's got room. I mean, just look at this monthly chart. I mean, look at the room it's got. I think on the weekly chart, we saw something like $8, and on the monthly, it's here. Sorry, on the on the monthly chart, I'm just looking for at PAVM. On the monthly chart, it is 931, and I think on the weekly chart it was 8 something. So I mean, this has room. Is what we look for. Just because you get an alert. I mean, this is my favorite scan for sure. I can't. I'm not telling you to buy it. You got to do what you're going to do, but it does have room. Okay, guys, again, I'm just kind of waiting on the have them to see if it can really break out of here. Stick that alert at 612 again. See if it takes it out. All right, guys, if you're in the RMO, be aware of that 10 mark, of course. The big psychological number, in my opinion. And the next high looking left is 1073, but I think 10 might stall it. Oh, I see that big topping tail, Ija. It can't be right. Yeah, I see what you're talking about. For Yell, I don't see 50. I see 32, actually. Yeah, SJ, you're right. It's making a bid here to get to the high of the day. 1550 is the high of the day. Why not? Stick the alert there, see if it takes out that high. That will be an all-time high. All right, guys, I've taken some more of the RMO out in case it cannot break through 10. I don't have that much left. And up to you to do what you have to do, but that's just what I'm doing. Around 924 for the RMO. Had that alert set right here around 913, 914. Waited on her a little bit and then said, okay, you're in. You can copy my layout. In fact, it's 1018. Yeah, I'll give it another couple of minutes before I get into my spiel. If you can find my homepage tab, click on that and then click on the link. When you click on the link, this is what you'll see. And one of the sections are my scans. You click here, and here's my layout that I'm sharing. Okay? And remember, because it is a layout, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. So make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. Otherwise, you'll lose your layout, which again, it's okay. It'll be replaced. But as long as you've saved it to the cloud, you're fine. Okay? So the link, it's here, Barry's homepage. Okay, just find the tab called Barry's homepage. You can see my screen, right? So you might have to scroll up or something, but just when you find that homepage, then when you click on it, then you'll see the link to get to my homepage. All right, guys, it is now 10:20, so I shall start my spiel. So first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Mondays to Fridays, between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen live on the mic. And now I'll start to talk a little bit about my home page and what you will find there. So on my home page, again, there is the tab. So you click on that tab, and here is the link right there. So when you click on the link, this is what you'll see. So we have a lot of information on my homepage, including, of course, how to take out a subscription. So here is the promo code you can use, Barry4Alpha, for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. So when you click on Get Trade Ideas, this is how much Trade Ideas costs. We have 4 plans. We have an annual and a monthly for the premium and standard. So premium is $22.68 a year minus the 15%, and the standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI, which I'll go over. There are some other differences, but the usual reason for people taking our premium service is because they want to have a look at our AI. You don't have to have an annual plan. If you want to go month to month, that's fine. Here's our standard, $118, and our premium is $228. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only, okay? So listen to me very carefully. We get a lot of emails. Hey, how come my rate went higher after the first month? The discount's only good on a month-to-month basis for the first month only, okay? More information from my homepage. You can get the trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video. All of the scans that I'm sharing, including my layout right here. I'm sharing a lot of scans. You know, if you don't want my entire layout, you might have a layout of your own that you're very happy with, but you might want to take a look at some of the scans that I'm sharing, including my favorite one right here, moving higher with unusually strong options. This is what's giving us the PAVM, P-A-V-M. Doesn't give us too many alerts, which is just the way I want it. In a moment here. Education. This is a big education link right here. Lots of information in this education section. I always like to put this 20 lessons in on its own. If you're brand new to Trade Ideas, I strongly recommend that you take a look at the 20 lessons. Okay, there's the 20 lessons. There's the link for it. So when you click on the link, this is what you'll see. Literally starting from scratch, you know, downloading it, what the channel bar is, but, you know, what is a top list, building one, an alert window, creating one. Lots of information here. They are not videos. They're just really, I think it's very well done. And it'll get you started. If you don't have Trade Ideas, of course, you can download the link and you can take a look at it. Also, look at RMO taking out 10. Well, maybe it won't stall at 10. So more information on that in that education section. Daily support session. Today is Tuesday, so there is we have a YouTube room that I also moderate at the same time as this one. I run from 9 to 12, and then I take a break around 12. And one of the other traders at Trade Ideas takes over. Today it'll be Steve Gomez. He's the originator of the Trades of the Week. And he'll be there between 12 and 1 while I'm on my break. So I will pop that link in before I take my break if you want to head over there. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday, 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right here. More educational videos are here. And I think this is a cool one, the Back to Basics. If you're brand new to trading, never traded before, wondering what it's all about, this is I think for you. These are very short little videos, literally starting off with what is a stock. Okay, you can't get much more basic than that. Trading ebooks that we created. Okay, so a lot of information from my homepage. There was so much information that what I would do is I would just save my link, okay, the homepage link, so you can take a look at everything later on at your leisure. Yeah, PAVM is still, I was actually going to, while I was in my spiel here, I was going to take it, but I just held off. See, it's just dropped down below 6 again, so it's still a little bit choppy. All right, now I do want to talk about what Trade Ideas is, again, for those of you brand new into the room. So we're a scanner, and we work with any broker. It doesn't matter who your broker is, we're a scanner. Okay, and the reason I always have to emphasize that is because we get a lot of people asking, well, I have this broker, can I use your program? You can use this with any broker you want. Okay, we're a scanner, and so what do I mean by a scanner? So this is a little scan I put together called Basic New Highs and Lows. Very, very simple one. Summary, so this is the price range that I like to see, between 1 and 20. This current volume is a great filter that we've got. So at 4, it means it's trading 4 times normal up to this point of the day. And other filters, minimum volume, etc. So these are the filters that I created. If a stock meets these filter requirements and it makes a new high for the day or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why I see these are the only ones that have met the filter requirements so far. 3 on the upside and 2 on the downside. These are ideas. It doesn't mean you pile into the trade immediately. These are ideas. So as you become, more accustomed to trading and all, you'll be able to start looking at charts, and like I've been doing with the PAVM. And, the reason I like this one is because of all the potential room it has to keep going, as an example. Now, what we did as a company is, instead of forcing you to learn a programming language, what we did is we created many, many, many alerts. These are all these icons here. These are all alerts, and these are all filters. So we created a lot of alerts, a lot of filters, and we feel that the majority of our customers can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. So you don't have to learn a programming language. You don't have to learn every alert or filter, okay? People say, well, your program is too complex. I think you're only making it complex because when you see all the alerts and filters that we have, you think you have to learn them all. Of course not. I hardly use any of them. I just have a very simple set of filters, and I usually, it's always a new high or a new low for my alert. And that's what I do. I'm not saying you have to do the same thing, but so that's what we are. We're a scanner. Now, we have something that we call the AI/Holly. It's a nickname. Holly is a nickname. I'm going to go over that. We have what we call 50, I keep saying 50. It's about 75 baseline strategies. So, this is not one of them, but it could have been, I suppose, one of the baseline strategies. This is not one of them. So what happens is, once the market closes, the AI gets to work, optimization routine, to optimize those strategies. That's what happened last night once the market closed. So actually quite a few strategies made the cut. These are the strategies out of the 75 that what I call made the cut. So here's the deal, guys. I wouldn't worry yourself too much about why a strategy made the cut, or the differences between Holy Grail, Neo, and 2.0. Uncomplicate everything. What I would do is this. From our toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Here is your AI strategy all window. Just wait for the alerts to happen. Like, who cares from what alerts they're coming from, or from what so-called segment of the AI they're coming from. Just keep track of them. How you trade them will be up to you. You have an entry price. You don't have to get in right at the entry price. You have a stop. And again, how you trade them will be up to you. And there are no videos on how to use it, because really, that is really when it's going to, come down to, a little bit of chart knowledge, You know, so I mean but that is the AI. You cannot. If you're talking about on the chart, no. If you're talking about an alert when a price crosses on the chart, Bolsano, good morning. Been seeing you for a while. And we do have some crosses. Not so much price, I mean, but an indicator. If you're talking about like a 200-day moving average or 50 or 10, we do have a price alert on that, but it's limited. So if you're talking about on the chart, no. Hey guys, SJ just made a new high here. Very, okay, listen, you're going to get into SJ. Look at the float, 2 million in the float. You hear me say this all the time. This is such a low float. The float is the available number of shares, or the number of shares available for trading. I consider anything under 20 million low. So, I mean, that's very low, 2 million. Look how many shares it's traded already, 19. So it's almost traded the float 10 times and on its way, you know, this is, you know, look at the relative volume, 4.9 thousand. So, I mean, this doesn't trade very much. I mean, look at this volume bar right there, you know, compared to all the other ones. Yes, so I'm going to go into Brokerage Plus right now. Okay, I was just going to start my my spiel on Brokerage Plus. So this window is what we call Brokerage Plus. This is a feature, not mandatory, but it is a feature, okay, that you can use. And it's only accessible if you're using our app. If you're using our web-based version, it's not available. So you'll see from the toolbar, it says Brokerage Plus. Underneath it says live and sim for simulation or paper trading. I'm going to cover the live right now. You can use this Brokerage Plus window to trade your account if you have an Interactive Brokers account. Yeah, we're looking at other brokerages, but I really don't know when that's going to happen. Okay, we're testing. I think E-Trade might be the first one, but please don't ask me when it's going to happen. And I'm just going to talk a little bit about this Brokerage Plus. So what I did was I popped a video in here. I'll link to a video. It's about a 26, 27 minute long video. It goes over every aspect of using this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade your Interactive Brokers account. You need an Interactive Brokers account, okay, if you want to use this window to trade your account. And you can, everything I'm saying right now is part of the standard service. I mean, okay, you can use this. So to answer your question, but you have to have an Interactive Brokers account. So why would you want to be able to do that? Okay, take a look at SJI. In fact, this is what a great alert here too. 1555, almost up $1. So the watch list has been pretty good. What's this one? 1535. Watch list has been pretty good today, I would say. I mean, our RMO, SJ, and GNOG all up. So let's just say you wanted to trade SJ. You look at the chart, okay? You look and you say, yes, I'd like to trade SJ. And you've connected, you've watched that video, you've been shown how to connect to your Interactive Brokers account. So you can go back to SJ and see where it says trade. I hover over that and this box pops up. So this is, you know, how did this happen? You watch the video. You can set up your own buying and shorting parameters. And this is what we call one-click trading. So you take a look, you've set these up ahead of time, and you click on how you want to trade it. Okay, so that's one way you can use this Brokerage Plus window to trade your account. Okay, and these are hotkeys. If I were in a trade, I would, you know, to get out of a trade, I just flatten it. Or I could get out of half my trade, or I could double my position. Okay, so that's how you can use this Brokerage Plus window. Everything I'm saying right now is part of the standard service. Nothing to do with the AI. Okay? And SJ just got halted. Man, GBR is severe rippage. All right, now the other huge use of this window right here is if you're new to trading. Even if you're not new to trading, but you're trying to maybe test out a strategy, you want to test out a few things, you want to practice a little bit paper trading. So you just click on the simulator, and now you're in simulation mode. It uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. Okay, it uses our real-time data. So how does it work? Okay, let's take a look at SJ. Let's say you wanted to trade SJ. Now, I like to always demonstrate this on a pullback first. Okay, show you how you can take a trade on a pullback. Now, let's just, I may not ever pull back here, but I'm just demonstrating how you can do it. Let's just say you wanted to take a trade of SJ if it pulled all the way back down to here in that 2-minute chart, which is about 1450. So let's say we wanted to take 300 shares. And at 1450. Now I don't want to chase it, but if it pulls back to 1450, I want to take a look at it. So I type 1450 in both of these boxes here. I click on the buy button, and you'll see a nice big bright blue line appearing on the chart. So if SJ, and again, this is just for demonstration purposes, it may not happen. Doesn't really matter if it does. I'm just trying to show you how you can do it. So if it came back down to 1450, it would take the trade. Could also have done it sort of on the flip side. If I saw some resistance on top, for instance, let's just do it with the PAVM. It might already be there, but let's just say I want to take this trade at 620. Let's see if I can quickly go in and take the trade. It's okay. Let's take 630. Okay, again, just demonstrating how you can do it. Okay, so there we are. So there's the blue line on top here, and you see on the monthly chart. So you'll take the trade at 630. Okay, so it may not happen, but I'm just trying to demonstrate how you can do it. Take 500 shares at 630. Now at this point, if I didn't want to do this, if I see this starting to really drift down, I say, you know what, I just want to get out of it. I don't even want to have that order in anymore. I just go to the orders, and I just right-click, cancel. Okay. And the same with the other one, the SJ. If I decided, you know what, I don't want to take this on a pullback anymore, so I would just cancel out of the order. Somebody asked me to take a look at CARA. Yeah, well, it looks like it's trying to drift down, but it's still very whippy, in my opinion. It's still very whippy, and it has, the news, like it could get it moving again. I hope you're right for your short, but, I'm sure you're aware of what the news is. Maybe you're not. It was added to the S&P mid-cap or small-cap 600. So that's what caused it to move up. Okay, SJ just came out of its halt. So guys, when we start our own company, okay, and we put out a press release, just make sure it includes crypto and NFT right now. That's basically all they did. Super low float, 2 million in the float. Probably trade the float, let's see, 20, 30 times today. It's traded at 10 times already. We're only at 1040. All right, now let's just take a trade, because now we're going to start with all the interesting stuff for those of you who are new to trading. Guess what, guys? When you get into a trade, they're not all going to work. So instead of holding on forever, you have to have a price that you're going to get out of the trade. And that is only going to come with experience, because you say, well, how do I know where to get out of the trade? You don't go into every trade thinking, well, I'll get out 10 cents below or 20 cents below. You have to have a stop. That's what we call a stop. And so if you get into a trade, you have to know the price that you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working. Typically, it's a matter of looking at a chart and seeing where there might be some support on the chart. So if we're broke down through that support area, like right here, look at this daily chart as an example. If this were, look at all this, action right down here. If it broke down through that, you should be out of the trade, as an example. So this is only going to come with chart reading experience. Once you know, of course, where your stop is, and of course you know when you got into the trade, this will also help you share size. Okay, because again, don't go into trading thinking, well, I'm going to take 100 shares every trade or 200 shares or whatever that number is. You have to have an amount that you're willing to risk per trade, dollar-wise. So if you are, if you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. So for my demonstration purposes, I'm going to assume that you can risk $100 a trade. Okay, just to make the math super simple. So I'm going to show you what I mean. You just want to see something. GRBK, somebody was mentioning Green Brick Partners, GRBK, all-time high. Let's just say I wanted to take this trade right now. Again, this is just for demonstration purposes, okay? Now, I'm going to put a very tight stop on this because well, just a minute here. Now, maybe I'll pick something a little cheaper. Okay, let's just do this one. Okay, again, demonstration purposes. I'm going to take 500 shares of this ODT. I'm going to buy it right at the market. Okay, there's only a 1 cent spread. I'm in at 352. If I look at the chart, actually, that's not a bad area to get stopped out. 333, but I'm going to make it 332. I just want to make the math really easy. So if it got down to 332, that's a fairly big stop percentage-wise for that stop. But again, just for demonstration purposes. So look what happened. A big red line appeared on the chart. Okay, and so if this stock was down to 332, it'll take me out of the trade, and I'll be out $97.50. Okay, now this is a bit of a rounding error when I say that, because what I've done, why did I take 500 shares? Well, I'm in at 352. I have a 20 cent stop, 332. It's a 20 cent stop. So if I divide 20 cents into $100, that's how much I wanted to risk on the trade. It gives me 500 shares. Okay, conversely, just think about it this way. I'm in at 500 shares. If I get stopped out for a 20 cent loss, 500 times 20 is $100. Okay, so that's how the math works. So when you get into trades, you'll start to, you'll know what your entry is. You have to know what your stop is before you get into the trade. The difference between those two, divide that into how much you're willing to risk on the trade. And that will share size you. So a little bit of, quick math going on, but it's not that hard. Okay, so now, hopefully understand the concept of putting in a stop. You don't want to get into a position where you just keep hanging on. Because this is what you can do. So you're listening to me and you're thinking, okay, yeah, I get that concept. That makes a lot of sense. So you get into ODT. And all of a sudden ODT starts to drift down, and it's starting to approach your stop. And you think, well, you know what? I'm such a new trader. Maybe I put my stop wrong. Maybe it was too tight because I really think this trade is going to work. So you reduce your stop. You start moving your stop down, okay? And it starts approaching that new stop area, and you keep moving it down. So all of a sudden, that $100 manageable loss that you're willing to take on the trade wow, look at GBR just starts turning into a $200, a $300, a $400, a $500 loss. Eventually, okay, RMO, we're back. I have a little bit left. Again, we have some room up to 1154 on that weekly chart. So that manageable $100 loss that has now turned into 500, and finally you throw up, well, you throw up, but you throw your hands up and say, okay, I'm out. And you get really ticked off with yourself for doing that. So, this is what you do. To counteract that, you leave this line in place. Okay, and again, you're practicing, okay? Practice, practice, practice. And you let yourself be stopped out. Okay, this takes all the emotion out of trading. Okay, living your stop in, it takes all of the emotion out of trading. Okay? And so that's how you practice to see, okay, every trade is not going to work. Get used to taking losses. It's going to happen. Okay, so that's the whole concept then. So hopefully, I know I go over this every single day. Spend some time on it. A lot of new traders. And it may be the first time you've even heard the concept of having a price where you're going to get out. Now, the other thing is that you might get stopped out, and then later on, the same setup may appear. For all the reasons why you got into the trade the first time that looked really good, it may reappear, and you can always get back into the trade. Yeah, meanwhile, yes, as I'm yakking, GBR is just going, well, it went crazy, now it dropped, but yeah. Well, TradingView is a full-blown charting package, and we're not trying to compete with a full-blown charting package. Okay, I use this. I'm fine with our charts. I do have TradingView. I'm hoping one day we'll have these regression lines available on our chart, so I wouldn't really have to use TradingView anymore. But other than that, I use our charts. But that's up to you. We're not a full-blown charting package. We don't profess to be one. Yeah, my assistant, my able four-legged assistant came and said hello. Yes. Yeah, but Adam, we're pretty well locked into our charts, so we're doing a lot of different things with our charts, like the ability, to trade on the charts and things like that. So it's not going to happen. We link really well. I can click on anything and it'll load here. So. All right, so let's see. So GBR. So even RMO showing up in the options. I'm not going to lose sight of this PAVM, guys. And have to. I'm not in it. You know, I would have got in it, but I was talking, talking so much that I didn't get in it, and now I notice it just pulled back a little bit. Well, look at HPK. Now this might be something to do with the GBR. I don't know, but look at HPK. Look at the room it's got. So you'll hear me say this again if you're new to this. You hear me say this all the time, mainly because I am a momentum trader. So virtually all the things I look at, like RMO, you know, this is why is it appearing here over and over again? Because it keeps making new highs for the day. So I'm more of a momentum trader. I like stocks that are near the highs of the day. Doesn't mean I just pile into the trade. You know, like the PAVM. You know, just a second. I think I've got two competing songs. Here we go. Had another song application or a music application open. So you'll hear me say this all the time, looking left, looking left, looking left. So even though I'm an intraday trader, I'm always having my monthly, weekly, and daily chart so that I can see, okay, great, you've made a new high for the day. Where else could you keep going before you might reach some resistance? And that's, you know, so that's why I have these higher time frames on. People ask me, what is your favorite time frame? These ones, okay? Because this is telling me, you know, the potential of where a stock could go to. Man, oh man, I have to admit, I am surprised a little bit about how relatively easily this RMO broke through 10. Yeah, I really, well, I mean, it's the way I trade. You know, when I get close to a whole number, virtually always take some off. Well, I mean, the next, I don't know, I mean, I'm not going to call it necessarily resistance. All I point out is the next high looking left is 1073. That's the next high. If high is more consistent using the higher open, I don't understand what you mean. It's just the way I trade. I just like to see stocks near the high of the day. You know, so it's not everybody's cup of tea. Okay, a lot of people like to play pullbacks. You know, it's absolutely fine. I decided, I had no idea when I first started trading what I would like. No idea. And I just found that when I saw stocks making new highs of the day, and they were strong with abnormal volume and all, I just found that those made sense to me. I'm not a great pullback player at all. Well, it's just the next high looking left on the daily chart. I'm not saying this is going to be resistance, but there's the next high looking left on the daily chart is 1073. I'm not saying that's going to be the resistance, but I'm aware of it. But listen, I'd love for it to break through. Then, if it could somehow break through that, I think there's a lot of resistance right around 11, around 1160 or so. If it could break through 11. No. Listen, one of the questions we get is, do you have support and resistance? Your idea, and I'm not just talking to you, Adam, but I mean, people's ideas of support and resistance can be very, very different. It could be resistance. That next high looking left could stall it. It's amazing how many times things like that happen. Okay, but I'm not saying that is absolutely where it's going to stall. Yeah, I've never traded crypto, so cannot comment. Little bit of a crypto guy, yes. RMO. Romeo. What is it? Whither thou goest? Might be mixing up Shakespearean characters. So sometimes, guys, all you need is one good trade a day, You don't have to... I'm not somebody who has to be in a trade all day long or has to trade 10 times a day. Meanwhile, MOXC, yes, look at this sinking. It was shortable too. So look left on, okay, the next low looking left is 442, but I mean, this is the area. This is what we call the fantasy void. I call it anyway. Yeah, we all these little areas where it could stall, but here looks like the support to get down to that area. Okay. Yeah, we don't typically talk about how much we make or how many shares, but hey, happy for you, obviously. Yeah, this could be over for Romeo. Could be. And we have a SGBX pop. Yes, it just got halted. One of the scans I'm sharing, the halts resumes. This is another one of the scans I'm sharing. All right, so SGBX, you see it got halted because of volatility. And when you see something that looks like this, you can almost rest assured it's going to get halted. And it's like a timeout, okay? A little timeout. Go to the corner for 5 minutes and then come back. So there you are, 11 o'clock plus 58 seconds. So if this is a 5 minute, and typically they are, this will open at 11:05, just 2 seconds before 11:06. See how this last halt worked with the SJ. Halted at 10:34 plus 43 seconds. Opened like right on the second, 5 minutes later. If they're not 5-minute halts for volatility, typically they are multiples of 5. Well, it could. The topping tails, it could. Right there, it could. Nothing is 100%. I'd like to see another one before I would commit. There is news on Romeo. There is news on Romeo. You just have to look for it. There is definitely news, though. Romeo Power and CARA enter long-term. CARA is involved with Peterbilt, etc. So there is news. Now, whether you think it has justified this price pop, that's another issue. But there is actually news. Yeah, Cam, if you remember, I can't remember the symbol yesterday, but remember there was one that I shorted sometime in the afternoon. It had two 15-minute candles, two topping tails on the 15 minutes. So one could do it, but certainly a couple gives it a little more secure in the knowledge that it might fail. Can't remember what it was. If you remember, anybody remember the symbol? It'll show up here. Thank you. Easy go. Yes, you're right. Easy go. So remember this. Remember these two topping tails right here for on the 15-minute chart, and and even a mini third one, and that really got it rolling down. So again, those of you who are new, when we talk about topping tails and bottoming tails, you have to think about what all this means. So you look at this easy go. This is from yesterday. So when you see a big topping tail like this, what that meant was that at one point, this was a big green candle all the way up. Buyers are really exuberant. Sellers knocked it down to here. Okay, that's where it closed. Buyers tried again. Exuberance. Seller said nope, knocked it down to here. Buyers tried a little bit again, and then the sellers kept saying nope. And then, eventually, it's like a little war that always happens all day long with these stocks between the buyers and the sellers. Eventually, as the buyers said, you know what, you can have it for a while anyway. And so all of a sudden, look at this big downturn. And now, then the buyers got involved again. And it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be down for the rest of the day. But you get all these little wars, intraday wars. Yeah, so somebody mentioned RF was on the move a little bit. This is the trade of the week, but it is still hasn't really broken out, has it? So little activity in the background. Yeah, we have the gardeners coming today, so that always gets her excited. And for those of you, let me just see here. This is definitely a bark worse than a bite. There she is. Little 15-pound white poodle. Absolutely, Bobby. You got that. Just a minute, please. Okay, guys, I'm back. Are you talking about like a line, Ija, like high of the day line and a low of the day line on our charts? Yeah, that did not continue. I mean, look, the alert was at 6:07. Yeah, it got up to what 6:23. Nothing fantastic. There's no animal cruelty going in the background. Okay, just a minute, please. A little intrigue in the background. Just give me a moment here. In fact, I have to put myself on mute, guys. Okay. I'm still here. Keep an eye on CARA, guys. CARA, 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 CARA. I get, but I'm gonna have to put myself on mute again. All right, guys, I am now back. ARDX, let's take a look. Somebody in their YouTube room is talking about ARDX, and yeah, well, it's not a huge float, 66 million. I thought it's going to be several hundred million. Not a huge float, just not low. But it is trading abnormally, 4.2 times normal. The issue right now that I see is, like, trying to get through this. I mean, look where it got to. 1835, 835, 833, 818, 813. So this little area right there has stalled it somewhat. SGBX, yeah, I know what you did. You obviously shorted this. How is Stitch Fix doing? SFIX. I saw this one earlier. Yeah, this is now you see what it's doing. You know, I was looking at this one to maybe short the top here. Yeah, this SJ, I don't know if it's over. You know, this is a 2-bar pullback right now on the 15-minute chart. Let's see how well this holds. No, this is not beta anymore. You have, well, I shouldn't say that. I thought it was actually part of the production version, but I don't know if it's beta. I mean, you certainly have access to it. I thought it was part of our production version, though. I can't remember anymore. Certainly, if you downloaded the beta, you would have this. I would download betas all the time, guys. I wouldn't worry about it at all. But it may be part of the production version. I just can't remember. I mean, we've had this for several months now, so. Yeah, great short of this one, guys. Great short of the SGBX. If that's true, that it was just popped up because of that silly tweet, man. Yeah, well, I saw this morning. I mean, they're just getting hammered, of course, with the stuff that the fallout from that hedge fund. Surprised it's not down more, but I mean, it already got chopped down before. This was, of course, last week. CS. I think they've written off as a 900 million or 900. No, I guess it can't be billion, but 900 million or something. Was it 6 billion? Oh, okay. I was only at a factor of 10. Okay. 900 million. Thank you. I knew there were, I could have sworn I saw 900. Meanwhile, MOXC just continues down here. MOXC. The next low looking left is 440, what? 440, 445. Yeah, so tech is up, SPY is up, and Dow is down a little bit, not much. So are you talking about the shaded areas? And if you are, yes, it is coming to the, yeah, it is coming to the public version, whatever you want to call that. Well, guys, I have to say my watch list performed pretty well today. 1396 on this one. Nothing really happened. It popped up to 1413. They're talking about the PSAC. Of course, the Romeo was excellent, excellent, excellent. 889 all the way up to 1040, whatever. GNOG has been good. 1535, it's still good. You know, it did have a big pullback back right. So if you missed it the first time, this is why it's called a watch list. Okay, you miss it the first time, 1535, and it came back down. You know, so you had another opportunity to get into it. And then the SJ, of course, well, you know what, it might come back down to this to this pullback area. But obviously from 1555 got up to, wow, 1850 almost. There's a $3 pop. So the watch list definitely performed well today. The watch list is created for your viewing pleasure every day. To access it, you can have my layout, which is part of it, or if you don't want my entire layout, you can just click from the toolbar, our toolbar, click on New, Channel Bar, and then my watch list, Barry's watch list right there. All right, guys. What time is it right now? 11:24. So yeah, in about half an hour, I'll be taking my break. Today in the YouTube room will be Steve Gomez. A lot of you might know Steve, the originator of the Trades of the Week, but it's more than that. Of course, it's a Q&A. You can ask him. Most of the guys who take over for me at noon, from noon to 1 in our YouTube room, they're way more swing traders than I am. Well, here's another one that just made its way in. This G-Box. So why did it take so long? Yeah, so that's the problem when you have to, in this particular alert window, it has to make a new high. So what happens is, this charged up here in that first 15-minute candle. So it only took that first 15-minute candle out here. So that's why it's so late. Yeah, NVIDIA is way outside the price range that I trade, but I'll take a look at it. Yeah, it's way up, man. Oh man, what an amazing! I remember this when it was way under 100, like back here. Oh, just a minute, please. Yeah, so anyway, with NVIDIA, I mean, it's got room obviously to the 611 mark right here. And I can't tell you, it's just way outside the price range I like to trade. But I do remember when this was, wow, I mean, this is back in 2016. I get it, but wow, even here, you know, back in 2019, that's not that long ago. What a run. All right, so here's the issue with BGCP. Looks like there's a lot of resistance not that far away. Listen, if you're looking for 30 or 40 cents, it might get there, but there looks like there's quite a bit of resistance right around here, which is about 40 cents away. When you say you're not able to view, what do you mean by that, Michael? You're not able to view on your side. What do you mean by that? When you say NVIDIA, you mean you don't have access to a chart? Just a minute, please. Okay, guys, I have to put myself on mute for about 5 minutes. Okay, so bear with me. A lot of action in the background here. just bear with me. Hey guys, I'm back, but I gotta take off again. There's just some stuff happening around in our complex that I have to I kind of have to work on right now. So I know it's 11:43. I have to write a little email and get that out. I'll be back. I know at noon I'll take a break anyway, but but I am here. Okay, so I have to put myself on mute again. All right, guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. Just had some stuff happening around our complex, so had to take care of it. Hello, Mr. Real. Take over. Oh, I'm kidding. I'm sort of kidding. No, I'm sort of kidding. I just had some personal stuff in the background that I had to deal with. So I've been taking more breaks than normal. I'll be taking my break at around noon anyway. But so what am I looking at here? So Romeo, later on today, guys, it's possible that this could keep going. I mean, this has just been even from, in theory, as as it was from the option scanner, here it is from my watch list, 889, 1008. I mean, this could still, I mean, the news seems to be strong enough to keep the interest. I think that's what I'm talking about mainly. SCLE, let me take a look. SCLE. Yeah, it is. It's kind of weird. It's halted on IB at IB. It's loaded. It looks like the halt is 1273. But we have no data. Yeah, there's no data at TradingView either. So it must be kind of weird. I don't know what the it looks like this broad scale acquisition core, if that's what it actually is. So it looks like it's another one of these SPACs. But I'm looking at data here. There's no data on TradingView, so no explanation. But it's obviously it's not trading at all. So let's just forget about it. Okay. S clue? Really? Or just clue? Okay. Yeah, there you go. Good detective work, Lily. So it's had a symbol change, so it obviously is not. Yeah, it hasn't started trading under that new symbol. All right, guys. So before I do take off for my break, I just want to point out a couple of things here in this Brokerage Plus window. So max P&L, open P&L, distance from exit price. Okay. So I mean, again, I just took this trade to show you how you can do it, and you'll notice that it says the max P&L is 47.50. The open P&L is 13.15. So what does that mean? That means that the max, if I'd got out right at the absolute max, so let's just take a look at ODT. If I'd got out right here, right here, I would have made $47, okay? At this point, it has pulled back, so I'm up only $12. Again, this is just, to show you how this works. So and then you see the distance from the exit price. I'm gonna exit this trade. Okay, I'm gonna flatten the trade because I want to show you what's going to happen here now with the distance from the exit price. So this can give you a good idea because people are always saying, well, you know, my exits are just terrible. I'm leaving money in the table, etc., etc. So what this tells you is, if this were more dramatic, as an example, let's just say the max P&L at one point had been $300 or $400, and then, you know, when I exit the trade, I'm only up 10. Obviously, that's not a very good exit. All right, you got to, and again, in the simulator, treat it like it's real money. You wouldn't, hopefully, you would never do that if it was real money. So it's a good comparison. The next step, though, is also the distance from the exit price. So what you want to see is a nice big negative number eventually, because that's telling you, okay, you got out of a trade. What did it do from your exit price? And so if that's a big negative number, you'll know, okay, that was a pretty good exit, as an example. So I like to see these two. And, you know, conversely, if it was a big positive number, you know you've left a lot of money on the table. Okay, so this is what I like to do. You know, I like to have this distance from the exit price and then the comparison between how much did I make when I got out of the trade versus what was the max I could have made. By the way, guys, CARA is still popping here. And it's almost, again, not quite a high of the day, but all right, guys, so it is 11:56. I'm not going to take off quite yet. I'm just waiting for Steve to tell me that he's entered into our YouTube room. So I'm just going to put the announcement here, though. So I'm prepared for it when I do leave. Okay, around 12:40. Of course, I do my little stock of the day video. And I'll also put a link in. Let's see, I just want to put the YouTube link in. So if you do want to head over there for the hour that Steve is there, you can head over there. So I just put the YouTube link in. Yeah, this SJ. So guys, this might, you know, I'll leave it in here. I'll leave it here. It may, in fact, it may take this order right here. Okay, it just took the order, okay, on that pullback, SJ. Now, at this point, if I don't like it, if I think, you know what, this is really starting to tank, you know, I don't want to be in this, you know, but let's see what it does. It took it, you know, didn't quite get it at, because it, you know, I have a limit offset, so it would go down about maybe 10 cents, I think, below. But anyway, let's just see if it pops off through here. Doesn't look good though. I mean, look at this little support area on the 2-minute chart. It's dropping down through that pretty, maybe pretty dramatically. So let's just see. And the other thing is, I mean, as this was approaching, of course, I did not have to take the trade. You know, I could have I could have closed the order. Up me. This is okay. Wow. So this is it must be an IPO today. This is wow. I didn't know this one was coming out. U-Time. So this is an IPO today. Pretty successful. Okay, I'm just waiting for Steve to show up. Okay, Steve. All right, guys. So I'm going to be taking my break, so I'm going to stop my stream now, Steve. I'm sure you can hear me, so I'm going to stop the stream now. Okay, Steve. All right, guys, so I'm going to be taking my break, so I'm going to stop my stream now, Steve. I'm sure you can hear me, so I'm going to stop the stream now.
All right, I hear my keyboard clicking away over there, so I know that's working. All right. Thank you, Barry. Hello, everybody. Welcome to my screen for the Tuesday session of live support for trade ideas. My name is Steve Gomez. I'm the user number 3 in the Trade Ideas system, which means I've been using it since the beginning. And for the last 6 years, I've been taking a paycheck from Trade Ideas too. So good deal, and I'm happy to help, here to help. We can talk about whatever you want to look at, market related, individual stock related, scan related, trade ideas. All right, hello Mike, starting off with a question. Let's see. Is the jam down by 10 SMA your scan? Yes, it is. It is. If you want to talk about that, I can load that up. I just go to my cloud and type in keyword jam down by the 10 SMA. Jam down. Yeah, jam down by. Those are all the same, so I can load any one of those. And there it is. That is my scan. Now, it's not something I use religiously because it's not necessarily I shouldn't say it's not necessarily. It tests very well for a swing trade, but I don't have it up that often. I just think it's a valuable scan for those that do want to day trade things. I use some different scans to try and swing trade my style and my methods, but this I think is a very effective not only day trading tool, but also a swing trading tool. All right, you got a question on it. Go ahead. Let's talk about it. Mike. Hello, Sam. I'll wait for that question from Mike. I have no idea what this thing is. Looks like a new issue, and somebody likes it a lot. I don't trade new issues. I wait for them to start to create patterns. But I'm a longer-term day swing trader. You're looking at daily candles. That's why. All right, Mike has a question. Been watching it, and some days it looks like today they're all up, and some days not so much. Have you noticed on certain market days it performs differently? The only thing I could say to that is, are you paying attention to what the general market is doing as well? Like if the general market kind of had a little hiccup at the open, and then by midday it's solid green, I would imagine those are days that are working pretty well for the jam down. Now, conversely, let's say we have a market where stock gap up, and for the first 10-15 minutes they try and move higher on the gap up, and then the gap fails, and then we're just kind of slopping around, and then maybe by the end of the day we finish strong. I would imagine those days as a market backdrop might not work as well for the jam downs. But I hear what you're saying, because they all kind of follow the same pattern, and certain days are more conducive to it. Look at this. We've only got 3 on here, at least the way this one's configured. The first one being right there, HIG, seems to be close to the low of the day. AFMD looks like it was pretty much the low of the day as it was triggered there. And then this one also the low of the day. If we go back to yesterday, let's see if there's anything else we can catch. So not as many yesterday. I wonder if this is a really refined version, if I have a lot of filters in there. Yeah, okay, so we're on the same page there, Mike. Let's see, ANF yesterday. Let's scroll back so we can see this. Wow, let me grab my pen so you guys can see what I'm focused on rather than just a cursor. All right, so as I click through a couple of these here, what I'm looking at is where and when did this blue arrow show up? And if you see on the daily chart here, we're trying to identify in real time a stock that jams down on the open, and we only see it in this little window right here because it is touching The 10-day moving average right there. It didn't go very far below, but once it tagged and kissed that 10-day moving average, that's when we found it. And it's my contention that the algorithms that drive this market and make the markets and pay for your order flow, your commissions are not free. You're paying to let the Citadels and the other quant funds that run the markets see your orders and your limits and your stops and all that. So they're able to kind of play against that, and it's a pretty cool deal if you can be that big and do it. But I've noticed that these types of events, I always regret selling on the first 35, 45 minutes because it seems like the strong ones find a way to recover nicely, and that's where they shake the shares out of the weak hands. And so if we can identify that and kind of flip the hat in the moment and buy the fear in the moment, this is everybody that's frustrated on the open, you're taking the shares from them because they're the weak paper hands. And typically the reason I like this scan so much that Mike brought up is because when they work, there's very little pain. And I think that's what we all are striving to do as traders, is to find a way to, take that leap of faith, pull the trigger, make the execution, and then not have to sit too much pain. A little bit of pain is acceptable, but it's not fun when right off the bat these trades go against you and all of a sudden you're a hoper. But when these things, when you jump in and within 15 minutes they start to work for you, and that's like, wow, that's the worst it's going to get. And that's a good feeling as a trader, and that's kind of what we're all striving for. So let me see if there was one more ANF. We had that one. Yeah, I think we looked at all three of them there. That one, not so much. That one didn't work as well. So I will put this back on real time, and since we just talked a lot about it, I'm sure there's some new users in here who might want to benefit from using this scan. I will copy it, and I will drop it in the chat. And I also want to back test it real quick. Okay, so there is that. Real quickly, let's just see here. How is this thing back testing? I'll start 5 minutes after the open, and I'm pretty sure that, after 8 o'clock my time, 11 o'clock Eastern, I don't really want to deal with them as much. The first one we're going to run is at market plus 2 days. So this would be like a 3-day swing trade, risking 3% to try and make 10%. And let's just go back and see how it's been working like the last, because I know it's been working well, but what about the last 20 days? How's it been working? Wow, the back tester's working nicely. All right, it had a little hit. So, all right, Mike, maybe this is kind of showing us what you mentioned. Sometimes it's not so hot, and other times it's got a hot hand, and then not so hot again. That's for the 3-day hold. What I also wanted to do was run again, but just see, what about a full 1-day hold? Exit, end of day. If we can get these things to close on highs at the end of the day, what a beautiful day trade that might be. So let's see how that changes the complexity by just changing the target and shortening the target to a 1-day versus a 3-day. I don't know what we're going to get, so I'll find out along with you. Okay, well, it worked really well, and then it didn't. So, this is a perfect example of, having to recognize in real time, what Mike and I kind of talked about. What is the general market doing? What is the flavor of the day? If the market's gapping up a 1.5, you might not want to be looking for the jam down buys, because they're probably going to work better in unison on days when the market gets a little squirrely on the open and then recovers. All right, enough of that. Let's close these down and move on to another topic. Hello, Gain. How are you? How to manage long-term portfolio when the market is correcting heavily. Well, if you've been listening to me in my webinars along with Jamie and myself, I have been very cash heavy lately. I've been recognizing that things aren't working as well as they are, and I do have some content for this afternoon's webinar to try and maybe change up the game plan a little bit here. And I think it could be a good webinar this afternoon, because things that were working for months on end don't seem to be working as easily, and I think I've spotted something that might move a bit more probabilities into our corner for a different type of scan. I'm going to ditch the A table, and I'm going to introduce a scan that we've had that looks for things that have kind of been pulling back. and a big broad basoning pattern and have strong fundamentals. And the point being is I've been talking a lot about rotation. The third and fourth quarter of 2020 was all about momentum. Everything was just momentum. And that's why the A table worked well. We'd find things that had momentum, consolidated, started again with the momentum. Well, that momentum is just dying out on a name by name basis. Even though the SPYs and the Qs still look pretty good, individually it's been very tough. And it's not just me, it's pretty much everybody here that I trade with, over 150 years of combined experience. And so the question is, what to do when things aren't working? Well, what you don't want to do is start pedaling twice as fast, that's for sure. What you do want to do is pull back and try to figure out what's working and what's not working. That's why I've been saying, week after week, I am doing a lot of going to cash and just kind of waiting and watching and seeing what's working for the other guys and what's not working. And I'm glad I have. It's not as fun because you're not participating as much, but it's just, a couple little things here and there. That's the only thing I can say. That goes to the point of, if you're having to wake up and trade to pay the bills, you have a very difficult road ahead of you. It's not to say it can't be done. Maybe by the size of your account can keep you in the game, but the mental stress of saying I've got to find something that's not always the way to go. Sometimes the best money is in capital preservations by sitting on your hands and watching the other penguins jump off the iceberg and see if they get eaten by the sea lions. So that would be your first question there, Gain, or your only question. When the market is correcting heavily, either go to cash, pull aside, step aside, or if you want to be more aggressive, you do something like buy SDSs. It's the inverse of what the SPYs are doing. So if you're buying SDSs now, it's not working. But if the market's correcting in these little periods, these little pockets of volatility, you can participate in those, and those are the kinds of things that anybody can do because it's an ETF. You don't have to be a short seller or borrow stock. You can just buy that ETF and participate in market corrections. But I tell you, I've tried it a few times recently, and I've ridden a couple of those green candles only to sit too long because I thought more was coming, to just give it all back and kind of flat the trade or scratch the trade. So nothing really came of it. It's very difficult to do that right now. All right, Sam is next up. In the weekly email, did the additional symbols from the all above, did the additional symbols come from? No, it didn't, Sam. It didn't necessarily come from a scan. It came from just some of the other guys that told me some of the things they were looking at. They may have been on there. The one that I liked the most was TGB. I almost called this as the trade of the week, but Andy reminded me the trade of the week probably shouldn't be a $1 stock. But boy, when you see things like that, 2 days ago, this thing was just sitting there like a sore thumb, breaking out, and that's kind of a beautiful technical pattern. So on the trade of the week, I put at the bottom of the page TGB with a couple of exclamation points to keep an eye on that one. The actual trade of the week is just a very languid, slow mover, and I've got some thoughts on that I'll talk about again this afternoon. Being a financial, these things are not going to be quick hits. They're probably going to be slow grinders, and there's a game plan in there, but you just got to kind of sit and let these back and forth things happen. It's not exactly exciting. It's kind of boring, but that's the only thing we came up with this week. Yeah, Sam, I've been struggling to try and find what's going to work better, and I don't always want to keep going to that same scan, the A table, because it hasn't worked well. So, I've opened it up a little bit with some of the guys to see what they're looking at, and just trying to find a better groove. In the weekly email, we got that one. ANF did very well yesterday for me on the jam down. Okay, yeah, back to that jam down scan in the history. We saw ANF. Looks like it had a nice bounce off that open. Is there a similar scan for long trades? That is, Iris, that is for long trades. It's confusing, I know, because the event says new low, but it's a contrarian in the moment trade. And sometimes that's really what it takes, is you've got to identify levels that you're willing to draw a line in and stand in front of and defend. And in this case, the line we're drawing is a new low right at the 10-day moving average. And so the buyers will jump in there and defend that line. You know, it's not always about just chasing green new highs, new highs. Sometimes the best trades are the ones, like I said, that you catch early and there's not a lot of pain and it immediately moves in your direction. It's hard to get follow through with new highs breaking out right now. It just is. It's like the air is very thin up here. All right, down to Michael. What is the best way to notice runners had little or no pre-market activity but run after the opening, like TCAT on the 17th? Okay, so this day right here. Here's the thing. I would say, I just locked up. Let me try and get my candles sized perfectly so we can go back in the time machine and say, what was this chart showing us that we might have missed? I'm going to zoom in a little bit more. Okay. So this is interesting, okay? The scale is wrong because our price is up here, but this would look a little bit more spread out. All of a sudden back here, volume came in. On that day, I don't really know what that day would show, but volume was 331 that day. 331, I'm sorry. Volume was 700,000 that day, I think. I can't tell, but the point is the relative volume. The first clue that this thing gave us back here was this relative volume factor. I'm going to guess was probably off the charts, something like 20 or 30 times normal volume. And then it closed on highs that day. And then we had kind of a doji day the following day. And then another attention-getting day. With this time, I bet you, relative volume was probably in the 100, times normal. So these were the days that put this on the radar. And so if you're looking at these, you would say, well, something's definitely happening here. Something is coming to life. And I think if it takes out, maybe this closing candle right there, I could draw a price alert on that day and say, going into tomorrow, I want to know if this thing trades any higher. So what I'm saying is there's no automated robot for you to just boop, boop, pull a few levers and push a few buttons and say, boom, you're going to get this kind of a spread next time. No, you've got to be a bit aware of the things that are coming to life over the course of a few days and don't lose track of them. And that's one of the reasons we have this right-click, create price alert option. And it will plug that blue line in there. So let's move forward and say if we did this, what would happen on the 17th of March? Well, this day right here, we probably wouldn't have been sleeping and noticing anything. But all of a sudden, when that price got right here, we would have had a giant splash screen alerting you saying, hey, TCAT, the price that you alerted yourself just exploded. And you probably put in the notes of that price alert, which I will show you right here. Volume is rushing in. So, it's a bit of a two-pronged exercise using trade ideas technology, but also your observation skills and your anticipation skills to alert your future self that, hey, this might be going. So, for me, just the trader, that's how I would approach that question that you gave me. It's very difficult to go in and just say, I want every alert that you can program or that I can configure for myself to spit out things that are going to look just like TCAT did on the 17th of March. So again, it's a little bit of both. You've got to pay attention to what's happening. Now, one of the things you could do is you could create a scan for over-the-counter stuff, or maybe things under $10, under $5, include OTC if you want, but have a filter in there that has the relative volume of, say, 50, minimum 50, which means I only want to see things. Let's just go ahead and do this because we have time. No point in talking about it. Start from scratch. No, we would do a top list. We would do a top list. Okay? Because we're not looking for an event. We're looking for kind of a grouping. And in that top list, the main thing that I told you I want to see is going to be relative volume. So let's add that filter. And let's say we're going to put a relative volume of 50 times normal volume. Just a starting point. You could go lower if you want. And then as I also said, price. Let's do $1 to $10. So anything under $10, that's doing 50 times normal relative volume. And we might not want to include average daily volume because, like that TCAT, wasn't doing very much. So if we just use the relative volume, it's doing 50 times normal. Let's pay attention to that. And the one last thing we could do for volume is volume today. Just make sure that it's traded 100,000 shares is always a good idea. So all of a sudden, we call this under 10 and exploding volume. Okay, it appears my volume was too much, so we're going to really dial that back now. Let's say average of 20. Show me everything that's doing 20 times normal volume. And we're not even getting that, are we? Okay. So nothing under $10 is doing that much volume. I'm finding this hard to believe. I must be missing something here. What did I do? $1 to $10, relative volume, volume today. Jeez, for some reason I didn't like the volume today. Okay. Oh, I might have had something else in there. All right, let's dial this back up a little bit. Let's go back to relative volume, 25 times normal volume. What are the stocks doing? Okay, there we go. Now we have more of a... Another thing we could also do is go to exchanges, and we could enable the OTCs if we wanted, but I'm not going to yet. So now we've just got all these things. Hey, look at this. All right, so here's something that was quiet and all of a sudden coming to life. For whatever reason, might not want to lose track of that. This is interesting. Look how it's coming to life, and then all of a sudden, starting to ride this beautiful 10-period moving average. You know, there's no one right thing to look at. Nothing really else has caught my eye. So the only thing that's really caught my eye is this one. This thing's definitely coming to life for some reason, and that other one I just pointed out. Looks like it might have left us. Anyway, I digress. So Michael, that was kind of the long version on TCAT. And what about XELB yesterday after the open? Let's take a look. XELB, is there something we can do? Okay, so again, this one yesterday was probably doing something along the lines of at least 50 to 1 relative volume. So a scan that's going to pick giant relative volume, I think you even said yesterday, 11 Eastern. Oh, I'm sorry, an XLB yesterday after the opening. So yeah, right after the opening, this thing gapped up and probably was doing 100 or just 50 times normal relative volume. The two charts that you showed me, that seems to be the case. Things that were kind of quiet and doing nothing, and then all of a sudden they've exploded. Well, sometimes you get a day or two or even 3 days of high relative volume to kind of let you know, hey, there's something going on over here. You probably don't want to lose track of this thing. All right, let's move on. Again, what do you think about ATO chart? Energy stock is behaving its moving averages very nicely. Back above the 200-day, and it's closed above all its moving averages here for the last week. I fully expect this to do something. I fully expect this little sideways flagging action to likely resolve in that direction. What do we got here? Natural gas distribution, energy company. Well, they've been kind of doing well as of late. Whether the timing is perfect or not, who knows? Also, you've kind of got going a nice trend break, it looks like, and a very long, if I can draw a freehand. Nope, I can't draw freehand. That's probably a bit more like it. Yeah, it looks good. Doesn't look bad. 170,000 shares. Doesn't do a lot of volume. Liquidity's there, but not huge. All right. UTME. What is this one? Okay, so that's the new issue from today. Not much to go on. You know, I like to look at my indicators, and when you got a brand new issue, every new data point is brand new. I mean, the only thing you can really see so far is if you're day trading something like this, you would just kind of draw that little trend line and get that going. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Watch this. If I wanted to add an indicator, The fastest of the fast momentum is a 5-period single moving average. I'm going to bet this thing is riding that 5-period moving average perfectly. Oh, I didn't mean to do that, did I? Let's see. No. So it doesn't give us much because we've only got 5 candles, but there's kind of the slope right there. This is the earliest of the indicators just telling us, hey, this thing looks good. So if you were in this thing today, and all of a sudden you've got this 5-day indicator in here, 5-period indicator, excuse me, and the candle closes below it, that's probably when I would get out on an intraday type of basis. But other than that, I don't really have a whole lot to go by. All right. Tammy's thoughts on SJ. No, what the heck just happened? I didn't mean to do that. SJ. Okay, giant gapper on the day. Very low volume coming into today. Look at it. What's our average volume? I'm just curious to see what our average daily volume is. Look at that. Average daily volume over a 3-month period is only 6,000 a day. However, remember what I told you guys about relative volume? This thing is off the charts. It is doing 5,000 times its normal relative volume because it normally does 6,000 shares a day, but we have done 42 million shares today. So something very crazy going on over there. I think you just kind of see how this thing closes. For the moment, it opened here and it's trading here. So it's done a whole lot of noise. It threw an elbow to that side, threw an elbow to that side, back to neutral. See how it closes. I don't really know what your time frame would be, but I would say this definitely constitutes one of those charts I'm talking about that has come to life for whatever reason. So maybe, let's just point this out here. Maybe you want to use the Trade Ideas heart feature, which I use all the time, which says, don't let me lose track of this. If I click that heart, then that symbol moves over here to my liked list of all the things that I'm watching and keeping an eye on. And if I no longer want to keep an eye on this, I can just uncheck that heart and turn these off. But these are the stocks of interest for me every single day. Yeah, yes, obviously a news break there. So, I mean, Tammy's, it's something you just kind of keep your eye on. And let me go back to that and show you what I would focus on. As a swing trader and a long-term trader, what's going to happen is tomorrow, these moving averages are going to start to come up. And the first one that's going to pop out of here for me is my 10 period. So over the next 2 or 3 days, this 10 period is going to reach up to try and meet the price. And as the price vacillates back and forth, maybe there's a moment in time that the price touches the 10 period moving average. That's at the point in which I get interested in something like this. That's my low risk, hopefully high reward entry. It's similar to the jam down buy that we were just talking about a minute ago. And strong stocks that move sideways and then try and shake you out, especially early in the day, touch that moving average. Once that price touches the moving average, that literally is a signal to the algorithms. Their objective has been achieved, or some sort of objective has been achieved. And oftentimes that seems to be where things can reverse. Any period before that, you're just kind of guessing. So I just like to get the best price possible, and that's how I would play it if I was stalking it and looking at it. All right. Good question. He says, he says, what time frame would you advise to be on? Let me first ask you this. Well, you're asking me. Okay, so I'm a swing trader. Therefore, I'm not interested in 1-minute charts. I want nothing to do with a 1-minute chart. I'm also not interested in 5-minute charts. I used to, but I've gravitated away to them because I have found that in using 15-minute charts really just slows everything down for me the way in which I do want to see them. It filters out a lot of the noise. The 10 period moving average, which I use on the 15-minute chart, is very has a strong correlation, is what I'm trying to say. There's a very strong correlation. RSI, why is there an RSI in there? What is that? That's funny. I did something to my chart. I don't even know what I did. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to load my layout, and that will fix my chart. That's always the easiest workaround. There we go. I guess I got rid of my volume. That's what it was. All right. Let me see if I can find a really good correlation with that. So your question is my time frame. The 15-minute time frame is what I like to look at, and that's just plain and simple. Obviously, I also like a daily chart. So a daily and a 15 is all that I really like to use, and then I'm constantly kind of pulling out and looking. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I can see here that blue line that I drew yesterday. I drew it there because I wanted to know if we broke that. I wanted to know if we broke that because that was kind of a prior resistance. We broke out of that area 5, 6, 7 days ago. Come back to revisit it. I wanted to see if this blue line is going to act as a pivot. That's what we call a pivot. What was once resistance, a price level, becomes future support. There's your pivot line. So in looking at a 15-minute chart, I can zoom back and I can really see the perspectives I want. But at the same time, I can look at this and say, all right, well, if this ride is really going to hold on today, I'd kind of fully expect it to bounce off that 10-period moving average and hold up and move. If it doesn't, all right, well, then maybe the momentum for now is broken and I'll just see what happens. It's not a deal killer. It's just kind of letting me know the health of the market. All right. So hopefully that helps, Temmies. I'm also tell you, day trading, God bless you if you can do it. More power to you. It's very hard. The algorithms are very fast. We have a lot of people that come in here and they say, hey, I want to scan for a 1-minute reversal on the time and the VWAP and I say, well, what are you trying to do? Like, well, I'm trying to, quick scalps. I say, okay, well, you can go for it and more power to you if you can do it, but just know that you're competing against firms that have invested a couple $100 million in low latency laser optics to get speed faster than you. And once they're faster than you, they pretty much own you. So that's another reason that I moved backwards into the 15-minute time frame. I can sit back and laugh about the jam down buy and try and exploit it rather than get caught up in it. I can say, oh, I see what you're doing there in the 15-minute. Let's see if we can create a moment in time that we can exploit. And that's how the jam down buy came about. So I no longer want to day trade. If you're somebody who has the ability to kind of do your own thing but still keep an eye on your positions, then you can be a swing trader. And if you have a secondary income, it's probably the best thing to do to be a swing trader. Becomes kind of a second income source, because if you're cracking your knuckles each day at the bell saying I got to make $500 today, pay the bills, I'm telling you that's a big mental hurdle to try and clear in this business. Can you elaborate for MB? Can you elaborate on the options scanner? Sure, MB, for the trade ideas tools of options, we really only focus on put and call volume and how it relates today to its normal history. We don't get focused on strike prices or sweeps or all that other Greek language that Thinkorswim's pretty darn good at. So just to illustrate, if you go to configure at any point in time, and you go to search and you put your keyword in, options. This is pretty much it. And as you can see, these are put call ratios, volume today, put volume, call volume today as a percent of normal. So we're basically looking at the put and call volume today and comparing it to the 10 days prior averages and seeing if anything jumps off the shelf. Now, a lot of times in Barry's room, they talked a lot about them, that where there's smoke, there's fire in the options pit. And, the Nigerian brothers are pretty good on CNBC and on social media at identifying when the big fish are really coming in. And when you see options volume creep up 300-400% on a given day, there's some serious institutional interest going on there. All right, another question on the weekly trade this week. The exit was on the 50-day moving average. If memory still works, typically would have had the stuff. Great question, Sam, and this is what I'm going to talk about today. So in the past, we were playing those momentum plays, right? And those momentum plays were cupping up really nicely on the 10-period moving average. Well, if they broke that moving average and closed below it, my fear was that the momentum was dead and we don't want to stick around for another candle or two to the downside, because that's usually what happens once they break those momentum averages. But on something like RF, this has been this is a bigger picture kind of a trade here. Rather than looking at what we were looking at before, 3 or 4 days of consolidation, I want you to look at more like this. And when you look at more like this, and you also see that back here on that day, the 50-day moving average was the backstop and defended the buyers. So we can only assume that that will be once again the area to defend the buyers. And if they don't defend it and we get a closing candle below, that's the day at the close, 5 minutes before the bell. Get out when you have the chance. That's every day, the last 5 minutes of the day. You can assume I'm over here looking at every single one of my swing trades to see, okay, how's this candle going to close? I don't want to get kicked out, 45 minutes after the open, only to be whipsawed and watch the price go back up without me. I've been kicked out of more good trades that way than anything. So my modus operandi now is to wait until the end of the day, look at the last 5 minutes and say, all right, looks like we're going to close here. That's a good 30, 40 cents below my key moving average, and we're closing on lows with some red. That's not what I want. I'm going to get out before the close. And more often than not, that has saved me so much headache on the open the next day. So therefore, I think that Sam using right there, I think that's just going to be too tight. I think the 50-day moving average is close enough. And again, this trade is kind of a longer-term developer there. For those simplistic single pattern models, this is kind of a nice pennant or an ascending wedge, whatever you want to call it. So it makes perfect sense that that is going to be our stop. And also, I didn't realize it, but we're pretty close to all-time highs as well. All right, and why, second part of Sam's question, why and when should we choose the 50? So hopefully that answers the question, Sam. This is just a bigger picture trade here. The 10 period is just kind of in the wash. It's in the mix. The bringing up the 50 in blue is kind of defining the lower end of our long extended pennant there, our flag. All right, good. It makes sense. Next question. Barry has 2 scans available, trend reversal up and trend reversal down. Do you use these for swing positions? I probably have them in my cloud at some point in somewhere. I bet you I do, but I don't use them. But let's take a look at them and just see what they are. I'm going to use the keyword reversal. Reversal. Actually, it's been a long time I've cleaned out my cloud. I might not have it. Top reversal, is it that one? Trend reversal and trend reversal down. No, I think I know which one we were talking about. And there was a similar one called the trend change lubricant. Yes, that was the one that Dan kind of modeled after Barry. And there's nothing really in there. I'm going to actually, let's just get right into it. I'm going to talk about the scan this afternoon that Andy created a couple years back, and it's called revenue growth fishing. And this is also, kind of similar in the same vein to what Barry has that he was talking about. So if we go through, oops, where'd you go? If we go through and look at these, what are we going to find? We're typically going to find things that are basing and maybe trying to move out of that basing pattern. There we go, KBNT. This to me has something that has a lot of potential. And these are the ones that are really, really conducive to using, like you go right there maybe, and create a price alert. So now we've identified, it's a 1-2 punch with the top list window being punch number 1, identifying a nice tight range, and it's kind of a rounding bottom here. Hey, when that blue line is triggered, I want to know about it. So if it triggers, what I'm going to see is that. And if I want to make sure I hear it, I can go to actions and make sure the sound is on. So I get text to speech. That becomes my A window in effect. The T window is my first punch, and the alert window is my second punch, and that's when I can decide if I want to participate in the trade or not. So I don't want to go over too much of this. This is a pretty darn good looking one. I think we all know Peloton. We'll look at Peloton finding 2 month and a half of grinding here at the 200-day moving average after its phenomenal COVID 2020 move. So this is an area of interest, obviously, now. A big, slow developing area of interest right there at the 200-day. This is the kind of stuff all right, Sam and everybody else, that I'm going to start focusing on going forward for trade of the week. Because this kind of stuff back here just isn't following through. It's coming down and finding a new base. And so I think this is the kind of stuff we need to start looking at going forward more. But again, I'll elaborate more on that. So to the question of Barry's 2 scans, I don't really have those in my cloud anymore, but I like this revenue growth fishing. And for those that aren't going to make it to the afternoon webinar, I'll be happy to share this with you now. All right, revenue growth fishing. And again, this is a 1-2 punch scan. Find the ones you like that are consolidating, rounding their bottoms, and maybe looking like they're getting ready to spook the remaining shorts that might be in there. And the shorts get out, and then the value buyers come in, and all of a sudden you've kind of changed the whole cycle. There you go. There is the revenue growth fishing. All right, let's see. Question. All right, Aladdin. UCTT Riot. UCTT. Got ahead of itself. Ultra clean. Huh? What is this? Semiconductor. Oh boy, the semiconductor shortage is quite a thing I've been hearing about. Didn't realize it was that bad. UCTT, well, got ahead of itself, and this is why I say don't buy that third green candle. You're just asking for it. Be the guy who's down here, or the girl who's down here waiting for the 10 or the 20 to be a buyer. You know, maybe a spike down on the open tomorrow might shake a few weak hands out, and that could be the place to look to get in. And your other one was Riot Blockchain. I'm familiar with that one. So this is what I see in Riot. You know, just kind of the bigger picture thing, kind of like that Regions Financial looked like. All right, which way is this going to resolve? If this thing rolls over, see, I'm neutral on this thing right now. I'd be kind of neutral. Neutral to maybe slightly in the green because it's still above its 10-day and maybe the 20. But you've got this rising 50. So at any given point, if this thing rolls over and gives up the 50, you don't want any part of it. Get out 5 minutes before the close. Don't even ask questions. Don't give them a chance to gap it down the next morning. And then conversely, if it can post a close that's, you know, significantly above that wedge break and you're not in, get in 5 minutes to the close. I forgot to mention that. Many of my swing trades that I'm stalking, I will wait till the close. Like, what if this Riot, and I was watching it, what if it traded up and then went right back down and had a big old wick? But I got excited midday at lunch and bought it right there. Oftentimes, I'm better to wait and see if the candle is going to definitively close above the pivot, the resistance, the downward trend, break the wedge, whatever you want to call it. The closing candle is very, very important to me as a swing trader. Everything else is midday noise. And I try not to make big decisions based on what's happening midday. How much under can we go intraday? Oh, that's a very good question. So sometimes you wonder, all right, Steve, well, that sounds pretty easy on paper. What are you supposed to do in the moment when it's trading under? Are you supposed to go up and make yourself a sandwich and just pretend like it's not happening? Well, I would say this. There's always going to be nuances to that. Is the market up 300 points when that's happening? Is the sector that you're in holding up? Are all the peers holding up pretty well? Then chances are it's probably a good idea to go make that sandwich and just trust and see what happens. Is the market down? Is the sector down? Are things... That's when you probably don't want to sit around and ask questions, and I will get out midday. So you got to kind of look around midday and ask yourself. Another thing that you could do is you say, okay, well, let's see, it's going to break. Here, let's just use Riot as an example here. Well, let's not use Riot as an example. Well, yeah, we could. All right, I'm going to do this right here. I'm going to draw this line. I guess what I'm saying is look left and start looking for pivots. If it broke the 50-day moving average intraday and it's lunchtime, you know, look left and see where is the pivot. Okay, there was a low there. Oh, it corresponds to that low there, which corresponds to that low on that day and that low on that. So this seems to be a level of support. And that level of support is 44.54, where the 50-day moving average is 46.25. You know, so you're about $1 away there. I would start looking left and looking for pivots. And If the pivot broke and it continued, well then, it's just one of those things where you got to have to roll the dice and decide, can I live with myself if I get out here and it reverses? Because you better, if you're going to sell it midday, you're going to have to forgive yourself and not have any regrets, because regrets can be also a horrible emotion. As bad as fear of missing out can be, regrets are also a pretty bad one too in trading. It ties up your emotional capital. All right. Okay, Mike. Eyes breaking out. Let's see what eyes looks like. Let's put some eyes on eyes. First thing I see is, okay, how significant is this volume? Relative volume 1.28. So it's only doing 25% more than it normally does, but that's okay because I think it's been doing some volume for a while. Very strong on the intraday, obviously. Very strong on the intraday and daily, I guess I should say. My biggest question is going to be, okay, what's going to happen when it comes up here and hits this, curling 20-day moving average, because it had something to say about it on this day, and it had something to say about it on this day. So if you're not in this and you're thinking about entering, I would wait and say, maybe I'll create a price alert here midday. Let's just do it so you can see how you do it. I'd say, if I had to eyeball this 10-period moving average right here, at one point today, do I think the price might come back and catch it? Well, maybe I could put a price alert in here at like 9:30. I might be, it's 10:18 now. I might be interested at 9:30. And so let's just see what happens. And sometimes, the fear of missing out, as I just said a moment ago, makes people want to buy right here. And then they suffer this pullback an hour later. And they're like, well, why didn't I just wait for that area, that junction that Steve talks about all the time, whether it's the daily chart or the intraday 15, that's the junction at where I would like to take an entry to not have to sit too much pain. All right, NIO. Yeah, NIO. And so Andy pointed out last week, and a couple of guys, that, the EVs are starting to look interesting again, and I agree with them. This NIO even kind of has that revenue growth looking to it. It's pulled back. It's had a couple of bounce tests there off the 200-day. It's trying to hold above its declining 10-day. It doesn't look bad. I will disclose I am in ride. I am in this trade, and I'm bottom fishing this thing. And I know somebody's probably typing right now, but there's class action lawsuits. I know, but that was the news back here. So I'm just taking what the chart is giving me, saying it's skipping like a rock there across that 1080 level. And if we can just put a little minor higher high here, a higher low, excuse me, in here today, if this green candle holds and we can build off that, this might be the anatomy of a base. And again, this is the mentality that I'm trying to get towards now, guys. I'm trying to get away from that this kind of stuff here in the A table, because not all of it's working. Here, let me just go back here, EB a minute ago. So yeah, that's the kind of stock we were just salivating over a couple months ago. Moving averages are all fanned out. Trend is intact. Nice. Well, trends stay intact until they don't stay intact. And so this is what has been happening to my swing trades and some of the recent trades of the week. They're just kind of looking like they're going to do it. And then, oh, look at that. That's a red candle close below the 10-period moving average. Well, what if we stay in? We regretted it. Instantly regretted it. So see, guys, this is why I use that Q. And let me just tell you, it doesn't always work. Let's go back and see how the trading gods laughed at me at last week's trade of the week, which was a flat. I didn't really make any money, didn't really lose any money. But what did I do? I adhered to my rule. That was about a 5-cent, 10-cent close below the 10-period moving average, which I didn't want it to break. Adhered to my rules on Thursday. Trading gods laughed at me on Friday and Monday. So this thing's still in play, but they're not all working as well as I would like them to. So I'm going to start to shift and start looking for things more like, revenue growth fishing, things that are basing. We'll see if that works. All right, go about another 10 minutes here, and got Richard's question. Now we'll do Seth wants to look at GOEV. Under pressure. So there's not a lot of good I can say about this one, if that's the correct symbol. Yeah, GOEV. I assume this is going to be an EV symbol people have been talking about. I think Goldman just came out with a list of 5 stocks in the electric vehicle along with Tesla. I don't know which ones they are. I didn't look into that. But, there's a lot of names out there. FUV was one of them. Solo was another one that never really got out of its own way. Was it EasyGo? I think so. Yeah, EasyGo. Actually, that one's kind of popping up a little bit. So these things have been beat up for the last 3 months for sure. We'll see where we go there from there. If there's any LTNC people in here today, the penny stock, hydrogen water, I mentioned to that group, and we're still in the same situation. So my rising 5-day moving out, it's going to be tested here as we speak. Real corner wedge being built into this. I know some people were curious about this stock. So you see how this 5-day moving average has been holding? Wouldn't be surprised if we start to lose a little momentum in LTNC and then it comes back and catches the area of interest. So if you're in this stock and you're curious about it, we could see a revisit of 6.25 at some point. All right, what's going on out there? Oh, Andy got me into SunPower this morning. Oh, and it's not working. All right, it's Andy's fault. But again, you can see Andy's bottom fishing too. Another revenue growth fishing type stock. Here's something that's been skipping along this 29.80.30 level for the most part. That's a pretty definitive base. 1, 2, 3, 4, about 5 tests of that level. So we got these flattening moving averages here. This is a solar stock. If we can close above yesterday's low and stay in this range here today, the shorts might start to get a little. Oh, look at that. The shorts being all 24% of them. All 24% of 81. So there's 20 million people short this thing apparently. Well, I'm starting to see some signs that they might get a little itchy here. So this is the kind of stuff we're starting to look for. So if you guys want this, you can get better price than me. All right. What else was I looking at? Somebody was telling me they liked VISL, and it's an interesting sounding company, but I just keep looking at this and I just can't get interested because it's under the 50. It's under the 10. The price is just being held down and suppressed by those averages, and that's just what I've come to focus and imprint on visually over 25 years now of looking at charts, whether it's the 15 or the daily. What's our trade of the week doing? RF. No, it's interesting. That's one of the reasons I do use that 5-day moving average. And if you're curious what this blue line is here, I've only got 2 indicators on my 15-minute chart. I've got the 10 period, which is doing nothing because it's not in momentum mode. It's in chop mode. So the 10 SMA means nothing in chop mode. But when we pull out a little bit, what's the tone of that chop mode? Is it chopping upwards? Well, that's where this blue line comes in. It's a 5-day moving average, but we're viewing it through the prism and the lens of a 15-minute candle chart. And the way in which you configure that is you just use a simple moving average and give it a value of 130 candles. 130 candles divided by 5 is perfect 5 days. I'm sorry, it's whatever you divide the hours by, it becomes into 5 days. 6.5 hours divided by into that gives you 5 perfect days. So I can see, hey, all right, well, our trade of the week held that level, and we tested it again, and we seem to be holding it. So as long as it's holding this relatively healthy blue line, I'm not going to sit there and try and second guess it. I'm just going to check in on it and see what happens. All right, any other questions or directions you want to go in the next 5 minutes before Barry comes back in and I lose my talking voice? The silver miners are coming alive today. I am noticing that. This is another one I'm kind of keeping my eye on. You see what I did here earlier? It's exactly what I was talking about. That blue line was nothing more than me saying, hey, I'd be willing to take another pullback intraday if I could get that. Maybe I'll take an entry on it, but I'm not getting it. But I'm not going to lose track of this one because I've put my heart on. It's on my watch list. Pretty good triple bottom down there around 1150. So again, these are the kind of patterns I'm starting to look for now. Another FSM, another silver, another silver. All the silvers are close to the top. There's the ride we were looking at. Ride. I remember talking about wanting it to hold that moving average midday, and it is doing it for me. Gold miners are also kind of coming to life today. There's NIO. That is on my watch list. More silver, more golds. So those are up near the tops today. UAVS, kind of the EV market, but this is drones, drone delivery. Everybody kind of thinks that Amazon is going to get the contract at some point, or they're going to get the Amazon contract at some point. This was a small OTC darling back in the day, but look, once it broke, it hasn't looked back. It broke its back and has not recovered, but now maybe starting to recover. It had earnings a couple days ago, but this was literally on that revenue growth sharing going into the weekend, but I wasn't comfortable calling it as a trade of the week. We talked about that one. Still holding that little midday squeeze there between the 130 line. Oops, that's not correct. Between the 130 line and the 10 period. It's trying to play havoc with the buyers right here to hold this area up. I kind of feel like, again, I'm going to say it again, I kind of feel like we have a date with 6.5. And I bring this one up because I know there's a few people who are interested in that one. You know, this was an interesting stock, but it's just not giving me anything to get excited about. There's that VSL, SL I told you somebody else I respected was interested in, but I'm just not seeing what they're seeing. X doing very well. X actually might be setting it for a possible buy here. Yeah, that might have been it. That might have been the low there for that last push in X. Who knows? But I'm not in it. Box, we talked about Box. TGB, I'm long that one and told you also on the trade of the week to keep an eye on that one. All right, well, that's kind of about it. Not a whole lot going on the SPYs today. All right, okay, so Richard wants to look at BABA. Hey, basing, trying, you know, it's got a shot. Here's what I want to see. I'd like to see a definitive day or two close. You see how these days just couldn't quite stay above those moving averages there, Richard? So maybe this next attempt here over the next couple days can give us a couple of closes above, and before you know it, these moving averages will become supportive instead of repressive once again. And that's when I start to get interested. The moving averages are on the lows, not on the highs. Okay, yeah, so Shills, is there a way to save these? Okay, so he's saying, I opened up Trade Ideas yesterday and I didn't save my stuff. So a couple of quick basics here. File, save layout. When you save your layout and let Trade Ideas name it the default layout before you exit the program, the next time you start, all of your changes will be saved. Now, I know that doesn't help you, but what could help you, Shills, is to do the following. Come to your document folder, go to Trade Ideas Pro in your documents. Okay, so we store a lot of your files in your documents folder, and look down here, we've got one called backups. So I would go, there's about 5 or 6 auto backups a day, like the old Microsoft Word program. Go to yesterday, the 5th, and try and find maybe a backup file that's saved for you in that moment. Double click it, and it should launch, or at least do it this way. File, load layout. There it is. Okay. Load layout. Go to Trade Ideas Pros, and there it is, backups. Same thing. And then once you double click one of your auto backups yesterday, ideally it'll bring up what you need, and then before you exit the program, lock it in like I showed you. File, save layout as default layout. And from there, you can add individual windows from the cloud, maybe something that I shared with you here, or you can go to one of the channel bars, and on the channel bar, you can, yeah, I like that scan. Right click, I'm going to save that scan to the cloud. And then you work off of your default layout, but you can always come in and load things individually from your cloud, much like I just did right there. So hope that helps. Good. Yeah, that's no fun when you think you've lost all your work. Just get in the habit of when you exit trade ideas, if you've made any changes that you want to keep, definitely click yes, save the changes. And that'll save you a lot of headaches going forward. All right, I'm going to summons Barry here and say that was another good session with you guys. Thanks for keeping me on my toes and all that stuff. I'll see some of you again this evening for my my evening webinar. We'll be talking about some of the same stuff, though, that we just talked about here. All right, guys, looks like Barry's typing to me, so he's going to start it up now. I'll just click the goodbye button, and thanks again. I'll talk to you all next time. Bye-bye.
All right, guys, maybe Pavam now. Come on, Pavam. I'm in this one, guys. I'm in. Let's see if we can lift up here. I mean, I love the room it's got. It's still just a little bit choppy, the little topping tail there. Just got to take this out and start to move. I mean, right here, around 6:15 is where I'm in, so. I don't like the way it's traded. I don't like this action, you know, down here. I don't really like it, but we'll see. I mean, it's just a matter of, I mean, you know, this is not going to be something, I mean, if it doesn't take this out, the 626 out pretty soon. All right, Aja, I don't know if Steve has left yet. Our YouTube room. Give me a heads up if he has, if you guys can hear me in YouTube. Yeah, I just don't like it, you know, getting these topping tails now. Not going to give it very much longer. Okay, thank you, Aja. Yeah, no, I hear. Thanks, guys. Thanks. Just wanted to see if Steve had left. Obviously, he has left. So just to tell you guys in YouTube, you know, I'm in this Pavam at 6:15. I'm not going to give it too much longer unless it pops up. Still in the Romeo though. Still in Romeo. See what happens here. There's the next high looking left, 1073. So I mean, what did I get up to? 1074. Amazing how that works, isn't it? I mean, almost to the penny. Do a refresh. I know you can't hear me say this, but do a refresh. Oh, okay, Josh. Okay, I guess I don't have to tell you to do a refresh. You can hear me. Well, this MUDS is, it has surprised me somewhat. This is the warrant, but this has surprised me. Been pretty strong all day. I thought this would probably, this is a SPAC that is going to be merging with Tops. You know, Tops, the sort of they do more than baseball cards, but that's what I think they are famous for. Yeah, Pavan, I don't know. All right, this is what I'm going to do. If I do get out of it, I'll put an alert around 621. See if I can, take out the high of that topping tail. I mean, the problem is really, look at this, a little too extended on the 15. But I thought maybe, for the fourth or fifth time that it took out 6, that might get it rolling. So it wasn't a tremendous place to enter. Okay, I'm gone. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what it does tomorrow, but there's got to be other things out there that are more interesting. But you get out, manage with a little loss, and you just move on. Whoa, now, okay, guys, this is actually not quite, but almost a green bar ignored on the 2-minute chart for UCTT. Whoa, look at this, starting to move. See, we have the two red candles. Now, it's not quite because the bottoming tail there of that green candle is not completely engulfed, but it's very close. Not completely engulfed by that previous red candle, and then the move down. So again, move down, a little pause, and then look at this. Wow. Big move down. Just as we're talking. Yeah, way out of the price range that I trade Lululemon, but way out of the price range. Well, the warrants are flying here for mud. Again, not going to surprise me if this goes right back to here. $10 or so for the UTME. I mean, it's preposterous that this happened. You know, the suggested IPO price was 4 with 3.7 million shares. And to get up to what was it, $45, $46? Okay, now a little downturn in the SPY, guys. Yeah, just you know, it was basing quite a bunch. There's a dollar. There's a 1 hour, but now a little bit of a bigger red candle starting to form. So, you know, keep an eye on your longs unless they're really trading on their own, true alpha stock, not caring what the market's doing. You're gonna probably see some weakness. Now look at AMKR, kind of moving down with the market. Yeah, look at this. What a move down for Micron too. So this is maybe tracking the market a little bit, though this is a little more dramatic. Something's going on. I mean, they had, I know you were watching this one, earnings at the end of the month, after hours. Oh yeah, there's no question. But you know what? It might be pump and dump, but who's buying? You and me. You know, I mean, I didn't, but you know what I mean. I mean, I would have got into that one had I not been. Well, I typically don't buy IPOs the day of. Yeah, I mean, this might prove me wrong. I mean, the BGCP, I didn't take it, didn't like all this resistance that close by. But you can also see if somehow it can tear through 6. I mean, look, what do they do? Brokerage, where are they out of? Okay. BGCP. So, yeah, I mean, if it can somehow find its way through this, which is just a little over 6, you never know. The next high is 724, but I mean, this is what we call the fantasy void to try to fill. Well, I don't know what we call it. I call it. Yeah, I better remove that now that I'm reading really what you said. Sorry. Pretty strong opinion, sorry. Boy, there's lots of action in the swing trading tab. Good for you guys. A lot of action here. 100 and well over 100 posts. Or maybe we just call it PJ's tab. It's funny, the warrant is trading way more dynamically than the stock for MUDs. Interesting, because that is Norwegian is definitely doing that. Is that the one that's about $2,000? Ethereum? Not the stock, of course, but I'm talking. But okay, so this is sort of like the GBTC. Yeah, so that's like the GBTC for Ethereum. Okay. Yeah, I read something about that this morning also in my when I was doing my pre-market work. That's who it is. Grays. Yes, they want to, but they're the ones that also want to turn GBTC into an ETF. Yes, yes. That's who it was. I knew I read something about that this morning. Well, guys, RMO again, right at that high of 4 days ago. 1073, right at the high. Can it crack it? And then maybe, who knows? I mean, if it can crack that, then 11 will be the next challenge. And then after that, I cannot believe it'll take out 1140 or so. But I don't think I saw this one today. Is this pre-market? No, this is when the market opened. So SRRK just getting kicked here. Look at this, down 19%. There was no inkling this was going to happen pre-market. Then all of a sudden, boom. Somebody asked in the, well, I don't know if Steve gave you an answer. Let me see if I can find that question. Okay, Michael W. Are you in the room still? Are you still in the YouTube room? I might have something for you. You can try it out if you're still there. You asked about what is the question was, what is the best way to notice runners that had little or no pre-market activity but run after the opening? I haven't used this one for a while. I should bring it out. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Okay, Michael. So let me see if I can find it. Okay, what I'm looking for is I think it was an alert window. Let me just see if I can. Hopefully, I can find it. There we go. Small gap breakout shared. Okay, so this is what this is looking for, because understanding that the gap and the change from the close are the same thing in the pre-market for us, okay? So, but then of course the gap is when the market opens the very first print of the day. So what I've done here is I've got a small gap breakout, and I think, let me make sure, I haven't used this for a long time. Okay. So now, is there any, is there, so the open was no more than 1%. above, this is the gap, no more than 1% above the previous close. Okay? So that means they open, the first print was not, nothing incredible. However, this next filter is only going to show you, okay, so the gap had to be less than 1%, but now it's going to show you stocks that are up at least 2% after that gap, that very small gap. Does that make sense? Now, is it going to show you stocks that, I know what you mentioned a TCAT, or will they continue to rip? We can't possibly know that. But at least using this limits the opening print to, a very small number. But then you were seeing stocks, you could put 3% or, to see if stocks are really starting to move after that first print. Does that make sense? All I can do is give it to you and you can play around with it. So you see Galt. Look at Galt. Hardly any action on the open. And then afterwards, as an example, here's, again, are they all going to be like a Galt or something? But, we can't possibly predict, of course, that that's what's going to happen. But, Galt's probably a good, like a really one that really exemplifies it. So anyway, I can give that to you, and I'll put it in the room also. Anybody wants to take a look at it? And then on the way down, look at this. There's the CGM, no action at all. No action at all. And then market opens and the move down. I might resurrect that one just for a while. It wasn't beta? Okay, Bobby. Okay. Yeah, not really one candle to next, okay? You can, we have the volume indicators. Sort of, okay? This is a filter that I use if I'm looking for momentum. So say the volume in 1 minute, add the filter, and if you put some big number like 1,000 or something, that's going to be, usually is going to show you a big volume jump. Okay, so you could add that if you wanted to, to that particular window. Speaking of Galt, there it goes again. Actually, this is not a bad little window. Small gap, breakout. Yeah, but I think you'll see. For instance, if I use volume 1 minute, 1,000%, I'll almost invariably see like a big volume bar like that, which will dwarf all the rest of them. Best we can do. Well, CARA is giving it up, guys. Really giving it up. Golf is really really having a day here. What's the float like? 40 million in the float, so it's not a huge float. Okay, Romeo, keep going. Well, we're above that high now, so the next challenge will be 11. And then if it can somehow get through 11, we've got 11.54 right there. Well, Rail did well too. Boy, my watch list was really good today. If I do say so myself. Look at this, 697 was the alert. And after that, it got up to 745 before it pulled back. Yeah, some days they really turn out well. Thank you. Boy, golf is just what is the? I don't see any specific. Okay, so I see it launches Navigate Nash. Now Nash is an acronym, right? That's an acronym for what, the non-steroidal something or other. Okay, so that is the news for. Thank you. I used to know what it meant off by heart, not anymore. Non-alcoholic liver disease, right? Well, that's not the actual acronym because NASH is something else. But yeah, it's in that in the sector. And so that is the reason for the mini rippage here. But it's interesting because I mean I see that news where I see it at 8 o'clock. So before an hour and a half before the market opened, you know, hardly anything, nothing, no reaction whatsoever. Boy. All right. Well, this is shortable also. This is shortable through the 200-day, yeah, through the 200-day moving average, coming into what I consider maybe a lot of resistance, but this is really starting. This is just ripping. Look at the volume that came in. So, for instance, Michael, I mean, look at the volume. You know, look at the 2 minute right there. You know, compared to all the rest of them. So yes, it may be historical the previous days, but still, I mean, look at that volume right there on the 2 minute chart, and of course on the 15s. Well, yeah, I mean, you're chasing it now. I'm looking at it as a short more, you know, because I'm thinking if all this is going to maybe stop it. Yeah, guys, I mean, I'm really looking, this is to me a short right now. I mean, there's a topping tail over 3. Just waiting to see what it does right here. No, I top of the channel in the 30-minute. And insider buying, I see some insider buys, okay. But again, that's I don't want to say that's old news, but that was at 10:58. So here's where the pop started at 12:16. So I don't know, just a complete delayed reaction to everything. Yeah, I mean, there's an argument to be made right there. Maybe there's almost a red bar ignored right there on the 2-minute chart for Galt right there. So, 260 or so. Or this is sort of a red bar ignored on the 15-minute. So a little entry around 250. Now listen, this could keep ripping and ripping and ripping, and you might start saying to yourself, "Well, I could have got it." You're right, but the odds are not in your favor when you're trying to chase something that is just so ripping higher. Now the other thing is, I keep thinking that this is going to stall it right in this area. I mean, I may be wrong, and maybe it may rip right through that. And this meaning, 320, 315, 320. So the AI's had a blah day, but I do want to bring this to your attention here. So there's MUDs. 1119 was the entry. Got stopped out. Well, that's crazy. There's something wrong with that algorithm. I mean, that's too tight a stop. 1114 on 1119. So that's too tight a stop. So it did get stopped out, but notice we have a reentry, and it was like literally a minute later. And the reentry price was 1116. So if you took it, if you got stopped out the first time, you could always get back in on that re-entry. Yeah, something is a little crazy on that algorithm because the stop, even the second time, was only 7 cents away. Well, here's another one on the move for Sogo. Look at the volume that came into Sogo. Yeah, it is a bounce entry. Yep. Definitely not my forte. Okay, Galt. Watching this galt here, just man, takes this out right here. I mean, there's your support 244. Oh, I know, Romeo. I know. When I have a position in something, I'm certainly aware of what it's doing. I'll be stunned if it takes out this right here, 1134. Meanwhile, mud. Holy smokes. Just watching this galt as it just hovers underneath 3, around 290-ish. It's not shortable anymore. Galt is not shortable anymore. It was before. It's not shortable at Interactive Brokers. So the shorts are being snapped up. Just one moment, please. Okay, so I don't believe this bottoming tail here that happened with muds. This galt is turning in, probably is going to turn into a pretty nice short, but the short's dried up. Look at this topping tail. So here's Cam. Look at these two topping tails right here. When I say they dried up, they have been snapped up in Interactive Brokers. So no shorts available now. I don't know if I can't believe that. Well, that's chalk one up for you, Will, in terms of the availability of shorts at Fidelity versus Interactive Brokers. Come on, Romeo. No. I don't buy. I'm not into options at all. I'll just move on. So maybe it's a good thing there were no shorts available. See if there's any covering that is starting to happen. In fact, it's funny. I used to always get when I used to have Quest Trade or some of the other Canadian brokers and trying to find shorts for. Then I started seeing that, you know what? A lot of times it was a good thing when they didn't have shorts available. Yeah, I don't know if that's a shake. I don't know if we can believe that bottoming tail. I mean, look, I mean, it got as high as what, 1168. So it's 1150 now. I don't know if we can believe that. It's easy. You know what you do? Watch. Done. Short. Practice. Just hit the big sell button. Practice. As long as you have shorts available from your broker, you can practice. Just to get you used to the concept, okay? You know the concept that, okay, you short something, you hope it goes down. And then when you want to get out of it, you flatten it just like anything else, you buy it. Okay? It's just a reverse way of thinking without getting too technical. That's it. Now, with your broker it may be slightly different mechanically, but in terms of our simulator, yeah, that's it. All you have to do is make sure that there are shorts available. No point trying to short something when shorts are not available. And that, I don't know who your broker is. But, I mean, there will be a way in which you can tell if shorts are available. But that's it. When you go long, you want it to go up. When you go short, you want it to go down. That's it. Yeah, so there has to be a way to see whether or not, I mean, that's the only, if you want to call it, the only tricky part is that you can virtually go long any stock with any broker, right? Long, buy it. But the difference between going short is that your broker has to have an inventory of shares that you can short. It's kind of like that. So every broker is going to be different. That's why you hear me say, oh yeah, at Interactive Broker there are 400,000 shorts available, something like that. Somebody else might say, oh, at our broker there's 50,000. Yeah, if it's hard to get Aladdin, I don't even bother. That's just me. I don't even bother. I mean, if it's hard to get, and it's instantly, I can tell if it's hard to get. I just move on. Okay, well then you know where to look. Yeah, okay. Aladdin. Yeah, so what Aladdin in our YouTube room was saying that, most brokers provide hard to get short lists. But, as I say, if I can't short immediately, I just move on. Yeah, I mean, this is, with the Romeo, when I read the news this morning, I thought, okay, that is pretty interesting news. Peterbilt is a huge, huge, well-known trucking company or truck, okay? So I guess a truck manufacturer. So I thought, okay, well, let's see what it does. And man, did not disappoint. And that was my stock of the day video. And, this did not come out of just nowhere. If you're in early enough, I opened the room at 9 o'clock. So there it was, RMO. These are the ones that were active in the pre-market, RMO being one of them. So this was always going to be on, if you were in the room, certainly was going to be on my watch list to see what would happen once the market opened. And we get the double, from my watch list, number one, 889, and then even so-called late from the options at 11, look at this, 1008, 1126. That probably, I'm sure, that would have been in my pre-market actives, okay? So we go to the home page. I'm 100% sure it would have been in my... These are the four that I use in the pre-market, okay? The gap up and down shared, and the pre-market actives up and down shared. So or pre-market actives up and down. So these are the four I use in the pre-market. I would say, in fact, let me just do something here. There you go. So actually, I'm sure this would have appeared on the pre-market actives up, but it also was in my gap up. This a gap up right there, right here at 804. 918, but interestingly, it dipped because when it came into my watch list once the market opened, there was the alert at 889. So you can see what happened in the pre-market. You can see what happened in the pre-market. There was the alert and then it dipped. Then it started to surge. See, look at the weekly chart. So 1154 is the next high looking left. I mean, that's, I don't know. That might stall it there. If it doesn't, then 1350, 14 is the next area. I mean, look, the awesome move would, of course, would be somehow to get up into this area here. This was one of those SPACs. I can't remember who the SPAC was or what the SPAC was that acquired Romeo, but but once it got acquired, I mean, it just absolutely took off. I'd still be a little, wondering about this area here. Yeah, there's no product. It's just partnership. Absolutely. I mean, if this ever could take out, it won't happen today, but if it could take out 15, I mean, wow, it's got a lot of room. now Galt is, now it's working. Look at this. Still no shorts. So whoever snapped up those shorts at Interactive Brokers is not covering yet. This is what I was thinking would happen, might happen. You know, you get these, look at these topping tails. Again, I know I kind of repeat myself, but you know, a lot of new traders and even old traders might just forget. But you look at these topping tails, you know, what does it mean? Buyers had it up to there at one point. Sellers closed it here. Buyers had it up to here. Sellers closed it here. And then the sellers have definitely taken control. All right, guys, today is Tuesday, so today I will be in a marketing meeting. Don't know how long it's going to go. They've been actually, well, what happens is we've got so many new people that have joined Trade Ideas, so what happens is they all have a little say. Yeah, we saw Saul earlier as an example of something with a fantastic trend. You know, look at this trend, boom, and then, yeah. Well, look at this gray bug vision. What the heck are they? What do they do? Ophthalmic drugs, okay. So this was, it looks like an IPO. Yeah, this would have been an IPO back here. Looked pretty good for a while. I mean, 38, yeah, actually it looked excellent up here. Sold off, tried again, but it's been, look at this. It has just been absolutely got trashed. I wonder what happened. There must be some bad news. I mean, that is, you know, that's way below the IPO price. Oh yeah, sure. I mean, especially earnings plays, Bruce. You see a stock up all day, and then it continues the next day, you know, based on great earnings reaction. I mean, this could happen tomorrow, based on that news. I'm more interested in what the heck happened here for this stock to go from 32 to 5. Remember, this is only the first, what, 4 days trading, or how many days? 4 days or 5 days trading here. So this all, so actually, I mean, this happened when? Yeah, I mean, something catastrophic had to happen here. Uh-oh. You're going to get a scolding. What did he do wrong? Oh, okay. Phew. So I don't know if this is just a classic case of, you know, bottom fishing, and then once it starts, it's hard to stop for a while. This is shortable. This is shortable. William, real. I know you know. Okay. Not that many shorts available. 85,000 at Interactive Brokers, so not like a ton of them available, but man, I don't see any news. In fact, here's the headline. Greyback Vision shares spike over past few minutes, not seeing any news to justify price action. Wonder if the WSB guys got a hold of this one for some reason. All right, guys, this marketing meeting is going to start fairly soon. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put myself on mute. So I will be around. I can answer via text if I see something I'm not too distracted. Yes, I am in it. How can you tell? Just because I was trying to push it up? Yeah, I finally got in it again after taking the little loss before, and but I've already traded some out. I've my doubts about that it'll get through that 650, but I'm more impressed with the Romeo. My goodness, and you're right. The price alerts, that's your clue. But the Romeo, my goodness, I mean, 1197, 1154, 1186. My goodness, I mean, the next high is 1266. I mean, I did not think we'd get through 12 today. I mean, we still may not hold, but the next area, and then look, guys, the fantasy area I was saying earlier, if you get through 15, over the next few days, look out. I mean, again, it's not a matter of sales, it's all perception. So, I mean, this was perception all the way up to what, 39? And yes, HYLN is exactly. I wish Zach would listen to me, but exactly, it's the same sort of thing. It got hammered, all the way down. It was up to $45. Well, let's see. Let's put a 650 price alert on it and see if it takes it out for a PAVM. Oh, excellent, AM. Happy to do it, believe me. Well, speaking of which, of course, I shut down the room at around 3 o'clock. I'll always stick around for questions, but otherwise. But so we're getting into the last half hour, so I'd like to just go over one last time all the information that you can find on my homepage. And so I'll pop that link into the YouTube room, and in this room, here's the tab right there. My homepage is right there. And when you click on it, there is the link, and you can save that link. A lot of information. Just a minute here. So when you click on that link, this is what you'll see. Of course, a way in which you can take out a subscription. Barry4 Alpha is the promo code for 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the day, as I now call it. I do it, pick one stock. Obviously, Romeo was the stock today. All the scans that I'm sharing, you click here, and including my layout. But again, remember, if you're new to Trade Ideas, a layout is you can only have one layout loaded at a time. So if you're going to load my layout, do make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. Otherwise, your layout it'll be replaced. But as long as you've saved it to the cloud, you can always bring it back. And then I'm sharing a lot of individual scans. So in other words, if you don't want my entire layout, which I completely understand, but you want to take a look at some of the other scans that I have created over the years, especially the moving higher with unusually strong options, they're all here. And last, big education section right here. Click here. And as always, if you're new to Trade Ideas, I strongly recommend you take the 20 lessons in 20 days. It won't take you 20 days. And, goes over what is the top list, building one, alert windows, creating them, etc. The daily support sessions, so from 12 to 1, one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. And it's a Q&A. It's not unlike what really goes on in this room all day long, but maybe a little more geared to Q&A. And then the daily webinars, you can sign up for them all here, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. More educational videos right here. And back to basics. So the little video series, very quick videos literally starting you off with what is a stock. Okay, so if you're brand new to trading or you're looking for a refresher, this is a great little video series that Michael Noss, one of the people at Trade Ideas, put on. Okay, so lots of information there, and we do have some ebooks that we created too. So again, a lot of information from my homepage. All you have to do is just save the link, and you can look at that all later on. Just a minute as I size my, there we go. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what I'm going to do with this one. I don't have. I mean, I have enough left that it's making a difference. I wish I had all that I that I started with, but it's really interesting to see what's happening with this. And what a day! I mean, look at the volume, guys. I mean, look at the volume. This is the. I mean, this by far is the biggest volume day it's ever had. I mean, by far. I mean, this is when it, not IPO, but I guess this is when it probably, I don't know when the actual merger was. It may have been that day right there. Decent volume, but I mean, look at this volume for Romeo. You too, Thomas. Good evening to yourself. I mean, at some point it's going to stop going up. It will, but yeah, but this is the day, Bobby. This is today. This is not the month. This is the month here. I mean, it's done 124 million this month. 114 is today. Yeah, well, we'll see if there's a carryover tomorrow. As somebody pointed out, it'd be interesting to see what sort of after-hours action we have with Romeo. If it holds well, if it doesn't just say, okay, and a ton of selling comes in and it cruises down here, but if it can hold well, I'd be watching this after hours to see if there's still enthusiasm. I mean, look at them. I mean, it's hard for me to believe that's just 25 times normal. And it is, yeah, exactly. It is even rotated. I mean, 89 million in the float and is traded 115 million shares. So it has traded the float plus, what, 150%, I guess. Well, by the end of the day, it'll be 150. I mean, it could be. Glad I stayed away from that CEMI again. It just didn't really. You got down to 474, but nothing spectacular. Yeah, I mean, anything is possible. but I mean, they only went. Well, this is November of last year. I wonder if somebody can find out the actual date that the merger was in effect. And that's somebody not being me. I can't remember what the SPAC was either. Just can't remember. So many of them. Well, let's see if these guys can pump out a little press release tomorrow. HYLN. Yeah, so I mean, this is another one horribly beaten up, but yeah, the volume is coming in. So these electric EVs, how's NIO doing? Because I mean, they are able to sell cars in the states. Nothing really. No, it's not NIO. Ah, it's the other one. The other cheap one. Not Solo. No, not Solo. I mean, Solo may be pumping, might be moving higher. That's the one. Thank you very much, Gio. It's Candy that I'm thinking of. KNDI. I haven't seen this one for a while. I mean, all the news back here was the fact that they were able to sell in the States. And that's why, with a lot of the other EVs, of course, they were all charging ahead. This is why I thought this one could be really, really interesting, but I don't know. It's fallen on horrible times. Yeah, Ride. No, NKLA, I don't know about that one. That's got a lot of baggage, but Ride, yes. Well, we need a little, jump start for this EV sector. What's Blink doing? BLNK. Okay. I mean, it's okay. There's the infrastructure plays, of course, not just the vehicles themselves. Why is Axle part of that? I never considered Axle as part of this group. Or boy, look at the volume that came in, though. Definitely lots of volume. So I'm looking at a headline this morning, Seeking Alpha. Lucid Motors Tesla-like rollout strategy is destined for failure. Hey, you know what? We're getting close to earnings season. April 15th. What are we, April 6th now? Yeah, so not next week, but a week and a half from now, we'll be into earnings season. Look at that 15-minute chart for Romeo. Oh man, I mean look at the ramp up in volume. Look at this. I mean there's still an appetite. I mean look, it at some point will it fall somewhat? Of course, but look at that. Just ramping up the volume. Not the RMO. I'm talking about the. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I was talking RMO. I'm sorry. So it was December 30th. So right at the end of the year, right here. So this was no, of course it was known that it was going to happen, and then it happened here. Okay, thank you. So right, it happened here. Got all the way up to almost 40. Yeah, this will be a little more exciting if it can take out this area right here. I'm in the daily. I mean, it looks, I mean, from where it came this morning, that's pretty good, but it's really struggling to get through all this. It's a big float, 206 million in the float, as opposed to Romeo, which has 89 million in the float. So, I mean, there's a huge difference right there, float. I mean, that's why you can get a stock moving 52% versus 6%. I mean, it's still good. Don't get me wrong. It's still good. And of course, on these days right here, that was its. Was this an apex? Oh no, that was the day. That was the earnings. Was that earnings or something else happened here? Financing. Oh, sorry. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. Forgot to get rid of the. Well, if you're looking for, I mean, Romeo notwithstanding, but I mean, it's the volume. I mean, it's a staggering volume that's moving it, right? But for me, anything under 20 million in a float, and if the stock is in play meaning there is some catalyst, whatever that catalyst may be, that's causing it to move, that's when you're going to see, incredible moves. I mean, this is a reason. I mean, this is not a huge float. But, to move at 51% with 89 million in the float is very impressive. But anything underneath 20 for me, and then when you get down to the really, like, what was the one earlier today? I can't even remember what the one was. I don't think it was CARA. No, it wasn't CARA. No. It was something that is like 2 million in the float. Early on today. Ah, that's the one. Yes, thank you. That's the one. Look at this. 2 million in the float. I mean, look what happened. Now, it didn't. I'm actually a little surprised it didn't continue. But it's still up 34% at $12. But it was up a lot more when it was at 18. Okay, so that's what can happen when you have. And that's a ridiculously low float. It's traded 47 million shares. I think I predicted that it would be at least 20 times the float, and of course it is. It's traded the float over 20 times. Now, the cautionary tale in all this, so of course, is that they can go down as quickly as they went up, sometimes more quickly. Because when the buying dries up, all of a sudden everybody wants to flee, and this is what can happen, and very quickly. So, you always have to remember that if you're in one of these situations, a low float stock, and it happens to be working well, do not wander away from your computer. Yeah, I think Hindenburg certainly made their mark. I'd never heard of them before until NKLA, and they were certainly bang on with NKLA. I mean, I think this was the day that they released their scathing report. This is back in, is this January? Actually, I thought it was earlier. Maybe not. Yeah, no, that's right. It was here. It was here. It was last year. It was not quite a year ago. This is June of last year. It's not making a blip yet on this daily chart. Is this right? Yeah, this, make sure. Yeah, it's not making a blip on this daily chart. High yesterday was 2461, so it's still, this is the CCIV. All right, guys, I just want to put the announcement in. Closing the room at 3. Well, definitely had a more a funner, a more fun day today than yesterday. Yesterday really dragged for me in the room. Poor old well, I shouldn't say poor old, but PCG still. Same bat time, you're absolutely right. And same channel. 9 to 3, Monday to Friday. Yeah, glad it worked out for you, Bolsano. All right, one more kick, maybe with Pavim to see if it can get over that 650 mark. Here's the highs right there. See if it can have a little surge. IQ, that was that was one of the poster childs for that hedge fund imploding. How's Viacom doing? VIAC, the other one that was really, still not really recovering at all. I mean, I know it's up $2 and all, but look, I mean, okay, it's a little recovery. I'd close the room at 3, Z. I may trade on my own, but I close the room at 3. 6 hours, for me, it's enough. I also have work to do. I have some scanning and stuff so my day is not done at 3. So I open up at 6. Well, it's my time. 9 o'clock. 9 to 3. Punch the card. Well, I could be interested. I mean, I still have some of the Romeo left. I mean, not a lot, but I still have some of the Romeo left. As I said, if it closes well, see how it trades. This may not be anything I add, but certainly it might give me the impetus to hold it. For me, if I'm going to do something after hours, it will have to, anything. If I'm not in it already, it'll have to really close strongly. And then I'll watch in the first 15 minutes to see how the trading is. I don't trade that much in the after hours. It's not that I've probably traded more in the after hours this year than I ever have all my years. Just because, I mean, there's just so much activity now. I mean, it's, pre-market, of course. I don't even know why we call it the pre-market. We call it the pre-market because we've been calling it the pre-market forever. But I mean, really, what does that mean anymore? The market is the market. Well, I'm going to see how it closes. I mean, look, at 3 o'clock, I mean, I'll be gone, right, in another 5 minutes. If all of a sudden I see another collapse, I'll probably just get out. But I just want to see how it closes. How much time do I put in? Maybe an hour, hour and a half. Depends on the day. Depends how many scans I'm going to take a look at. Different scans that I have. Well, I shouldn't say that. I have the same number of scans that I take a look at. Depends how many symbols, because I've got to load them all. Check out the charts. And then if I see something going crazy and I hadn't seen it during the day, then I might have to check out some news. Just kind of see if there's anything that happened during the day that I wasn't aware of. Exactly, Z. The pre-market spreads. I mean, that used to be the big thing about, oh, I can't trade the pre-market. I mean, the spreads are terrible. But there's so much action now in the pre-market. And so the spreads are never, I mean, not saying never, but you can have terrible spreads during so-called market hours now. So, you gotta pick and choose. But typically the ones that we're looking at, at least I'm looking at pre-market, there's a lot of volume. All right, guys, we're getting close. Are there any other questions? Now, I agree, William, on the post-market. I mean, it's still a little bit dicey. You really got to be careful. Pre-market, not so much, but definitely post-market. I agree. In terms of spreads, and there's just not as many, in my opinion, as in the pre-market. Hey, you're welcome, CA. All right, guys, I do not see any other questions, so I think I'll wrap this up now. So I'll open tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Let me just get my script in, and I have changed the day. Yes, tomorrow is Wednesday. All right, everybody. So yes, I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So I hope to see everybody there. Have a great evening. And again, we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. What do you mean? Where do I go? Psychic. Okay, guys, I'm going to shut down the YouTube room right now, too. So we'll see you guys tomorrow also.